Hello, everybody. I think we're live here for the July 30th Arizona stream. And I'm going to wait for it to fill in like always, but glad to have people here waiting right at the beginning of the stream. It's been a couple of weeks. It's also been more than that. It's been over a month since the last primary, and we're back at it. So we're just getting started here. Might have some stuff here at the top of the hour, but the polls kind of close weird in Arizona, and it's pretty much just one state today, and we're back at it. So there's not going to be a whole ton to look at, but we're still going to try to do a stream. We'll see what happens. I'm sure some people will show up like usual, and we'll just sit here, hang out for a while, see what happens. Wasn't sure if I was going to be able to get this stream off the ground. A lot of things happening behind the scenes. It's not easy to get this stuff going, put out videos. A whole lot going on. Try to keep it going smoothly, but we all have lives outside of the YouTube channel. So, hey everybody, Swinger, and Rando, Mr. Hudgens. Nice to have everybody here. And the poll has closed. We've got who's going to be the GOP nominee for AZ8. We've got Blake Masters is the clear winner there, 81-18 for Abe Hamadeh. Film Enterprises, thanks for telling me about the yet another political map simulator website. I get a lot of subs from it. All right. I'm glad I helped you out, I suppose. Thanks for giving me credit. And yeah, it's a good site for all your map needs. And there's Bernie Sanders. He's a regular for the streams. Nice to see you here already, and we're just kind of hanging out. But I pulled off the stream for now. I don't know how long it's going to go. It's already a little late. There's only one state. Again, it's been very eventful for me behind the scenes. I've been trying to keep the channel going smoothly with some content and the stream, but it's a real challenge to say the least. But today the schedule is Arizona and South Dakota runoff, but that's pretty much, I would assume, going to be just in the state legislature. And then we've got some action here, Tennessee on the 1st, and then Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Washington. So more action next Tuesday. If possible, we'll try to do that one. But we're pretty much right in the thick of primary season. And we've got the DNC convention coming up here in a few weeks. But today it's all Arizona. Hello, Thomas Carlson. Predicts and games. Good to see some new people and some regulars, some semi-regulars. Sir Flame a lot. Hello. Why didn't I start the stream later? There's 4 time zones. I'm assuming you're talking about Eastern. Well, I didn't get to do a stream after Biden dropped out. That's one. And it is starting late, but why not get on here and just get everybody together, see what's on anybody's mind, because this might not go for, the 4 or 5 plus hours. So we might have to pull the plug a little early, but if we do, we've got this time beforehand. So we're starting it now. We could just Do a stream. Doesn't have to only be a primary. Did one after the Trump assassination attempt. I was able to actually get on there, but you know, a lot of times it's not easy to get a stream going. Let's see. Got one done watching. You got done watching the Georgia rally today. Looks like something in a good way. Lots of excitement. I think the VP pick is Bashir, because it's weird Bashir and Harris are rallying in Georgia. That could be. I thought Bashir was a little bit less likely than Mark Kelly or Josh Shapiro, but it could be Bashir. And we're already up to 18 people this early. That's pretty good. For only 5 minutes. Yeah, the Olympics are on as well. That's something people might be taking a look at if they want to be a little less political. Take a look at the Olympics. It's something to do. Because politics not always fun. That's why I try to do a variety of things on this channel. The opening, I didn't hear about, I heard the opening ceremony had some controversy. I didn't see it myself. But here we are. We've got Arizona. And there's a little bit of action here. Not necessarily in the Senate, although we do want to see if Kari Lake just completely runs away with it. We've got new polls here. Good look at these. We've got Bloomberg Morning Consult. I'm going to try to cover this a little bit tomorrow, but I've been really busy, and again, a lot of stuff going on. Very difficult to get videos up and do the stream, but here we are. And we've got this news here. We've got Trump endorses Republican rivals in this 8th district. He had endorsed Abe Hamadeh, but it looks like he co-endorsed Blake Masters, which of course he endorsed Masters in his Senate run 2 years ago. So he's putting out dual endorsements or something like that. That's kind of weird. What do you think the Harris will pick for VP? Probably. Well, I've still had Mark Kelly and Josh Shapiro as my top two. Maybe Mark Kelly if I had to pick slightly more, but it's close. It could be somebody else, not in the obvious top tier. Saw the poll dump from Morning yeah, just covering those Morning Consult. Those polls really good for Harris, Slam Trump. Yeah, the 11-point lead for Harris in Michigan, that seems like a complete outlier. There was one, I think maybe 5 or 6 months ago, where Trump was ahead of 11 in Nevada, and it was like, wow, that seems like an outlier, and this seems like an outlier because Trump was up 4 in Pennsylvania. So is there a 17 or a 15-point gap between Michigan and Pennsylvania? I don't think so at all. I think Harris is on a high note right now, but of course I do think she's going to come down a little bit. I've mentioned that in some of my videos. I mean, she was fairly unpopular as vice president, so I don't see it sustaining going from being unpopular to being super popular out of nowhere. But, we'll see what happens. Senior Scoops, thanks for making it. Yeah, the Democrats, they're excited for Harris because before that, it was anemic. It was just a dead zone. Biden had no excitement whatsoever. it was like a surefire loss. So to shake it up like that, there's going to be jubilation considering it was absolutely nothing before that. So they're not used to having something to be excited about. So it's kind of a new sensation as of late. Travel 2330. Hello. Yeah, that poll. Yeah, that poll. I'm gonna cover that a little bit. I'm gonna try to do something with that for tomorrow. But you know, because they cover all the states, it's nice to take a look at. But that kind of sharp movement, especially in Michigan, it's just I'll point it out. Take it with a grain of salt. You hear me say that all the time, and it's possible that the polls are gonna have some vote for Trump that's not being picked up. We saw it in 2016. We saw it in 2020. Most states had an underestimation of his support. Doesn't mean it's going to happen again. Trump supporters are definitely going to say that that's the case if they're trailing. But something to keep in mind. And also, again, at this point, it's still very early, given all the things that have happened. Post Labor Day, I think that's when we're going to start getting a better sense of it. And then October, especially, the final 3 weeks, that's when the pollsters are really going to put out the real good polls, shall we say. And that's when it's all going to really start to matter. Now, again, the polls could be way off. It could show Harris up by 5 points. She could lose. It could show Trump up 2 or 3 points. He could end up losing. Um, yeah, I mean that those polls. I mean, they're right here. There's just way too much movement in a hurry, and I think you always got to be cautious. You got to see what's going to sustain, compare it to the aggregate and other pollsters. Some people have a big problem with morning consult. I remember a lot of people um, earlier in the year. I've gotten comments where Trump was in the lead. Some people were saying, "Well, morning consult, they're complete garbage." So now they still garbage when that's the thing you got to ask about polling. Are the polls garbage when you're in the lead or just when you're not in the lead? Rando, you recently had a family member die from a drug overdose and couldn't watch the last stream. And that's really rough, you know. Sorry to hear that. I mean, I've been going through some stuff myself. Um, and it's rough out there. It's horrible. Sometimes you don't want to do anything. Personal stuff, that's going to take precedent over anything going on online. But anyway, I hope everybody is having a reasonable night here. And we're going to kill some time until some results come in. But let's see. Try to answer most questions, read most comments, as long as they're relevant slash classy. Um, Harris is going to try to get the win through the Sun Belt. I think it'd be easier for Harris to go through the Sun Belt rather than the Rust Belt. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the Rust Belt, that was always the blue wall. That was the thing that it's so blue, no need to worry about it. Trump cracks it in 16, and then it goes back in 20. I would think, and that's where some valuable electoral votes are. Not that Georgia doesn't have some valuable votes there, but I think the Rust Belt would probably be preferable. Of course, if those are held by Harris, then that's pretty much the entire election, unless Trump won everything else plus Nebraska second. I think that's the 269 tie. Um, let's see. Mary Hawkins Butler would be reelected. That I'm not familiar with, at least off the top of my head. You think Emerson is more accurate? I saw the polls in the previous elections. They seem to have a close. Yeah, I try to cover Emerson usually when they put out a batch of swing state polling. And yeah, they are usually more accurate, but again, I mean, is usually good enough. You think, okay, we're talking Olympics. Hey, they're adding new sport. Hey, we could talk Olympics too for a little bit here. We're just hanging out here. So they're adding skateboarding, given the popularity is kind of going down recently. Hmm. So this is the first year of skateboarding? Yeah, I didn't know it was going down. I know it was big. It would seem weird that if they're adding it now for the first time and it's on the decline. YouGov is weird. All right. And everybody has their pollster preferences, the ones they think are worthless and the ones that they actually care about. I tend to not care a whole lot, at least, especially in this election when everything keeps changing every couple of weeks. I would like to wait until definitely again Labor Day, but more so October. And sometimes there's movement in the polls 1 or 2 weeks before the election. It could be early October. And I know whoever's leading, a lot of those people are going to say, well, this thing is over. It's October 4th. This is over. We got a lead. But all of a sudden, late October could roll around and there could be some changes. When more people actually start making up their minds, paying attention, voters that don't care about politics, when they get their mail-in ballots or when they decide to go early vote, things can change. They might not change, but they can change very late in the game. Um, yeah, I mean Harris, it's it's up for grabs, really. It's all up for grabs for either side. All these states, Trump has a ton of baggage, but Harris is also she's got baggage. She's has some issues that Hillary Clinton had with authenticity, and I can see it. There being people not interested in Harris, and also I don't think many. I don't think there's got to be almost no voters that were going to vote for Trump when Biden was in there, and now they're saying, well, now that Biden's out and Harris is in, I think I'm going to vote for Harris instead of Trump. That's got to be almost zero people that would go Trump over Biden, but Harris over Trump. Most of the enthusiasm, I think, is coming from Democrats again because they've had nothing to be excited about. I mean, it's been complete a complete wipeout, total dead zone for the Dems, certainly since the debate. But even before that, it's just the polls for months, pretty much all year, have just been kind of on the decline for Biden. I mean, maybe he had an okay State of the Union, but a lot of concerns about his age have been there. They've been there a long time, and it wasn't until that debate when everything got bust wide open. I think the concerns were real. I don't think people should have dismissed those concerns about his age or his acuity. It just did not make any sense. It certainly made zero sense when people were saying that he's as sharp as a tack. That's the cliche a lot of people bring up. That they can't keep up with him. He's better now than when he was, in his 40s or something. It's like, what are you talking about? Can't you just say that he's a little bit worse? I mean, can't you just say that? Anyway, that's politics, people. They're going to do what they're going to do. But again, thanks for everybody showing up here early, as we're about 20 minutes in, just for some kind of a community hangout before the polling really, or the polls close, which might be in about an hour, 54 minutes here. It's all the Grand Canyon State today. To Key Swing State as well. All right. Breakdancing. Interesting. That could be entertaining. Republicans about to elect Stacey Abrams as their Arizona Senate candidate. Um, it's if something's going on there with Abrams, I've completely been out of it, and I have been out of it for the last couple of weeks. I've missed several things. Rock climbing. Ooh, I wonder how that's gonna go. Because is that like gonna be indoors, or are they gonna head out to a mountain? VP choices for Kamala and convention, which could change things. We don't know if Vance will stay as VP pick. I mean, I would guess Vance is going to stay. I mean, I remember when there's always talk about are they going to dump the VP, Pence, Harris, because it doesn't seem like these candidates are really that strong in a sense, but people don't want to go back on who they picked. They're going to look weak. So they suck it up because I guess the VP, maybe it doesn't matter that much anyway. Polls are going to close in the top of the hour for Arizona. Uh, you don't buy the polls, which have Trump and Lake with a big difference. It is interesting to think who would vote for Trump and then say, yeah, but they want Ruben Gallego. It doesn't seem like there's that many, but who knows? What would be the protocol for replacing a presidential candidate's VP choice? That I have not looked into. I maybe it's as simple as just mutual agreement, or maybe it doesn't even need to be mutual. Could be totally unilateral. But I mean, it's like to regret picking Vance. I mean, this was like 2 seconds ago. This wasn't like they've been out there for 3 months crashing and burning. It would seem weird to want to get rid of a guy, a week later. And he probably would help out in the Rust Belt for the voters that Trump already would ignite. It's kind of a double down. It doesn't come off as pandering. Like if he was going to pick, I guess, Marco Rubio or somebody else, that might look like you're just purely going for a racial demographic boost. Not that it's a bad move, but maybe it looks a little bit more kind of like pandering. Um, can't beat Abrams by 7. That's true. Kamala just did a rally. Such a stretch. Yeah, I mean, is Harris the new Obama? Is she just she's unbeatable? She was very unpopular a few weeks ago, and now she's just this complete, absolute rock star. I don't know. Again, the enthusiasm is for Democrats. That's going to be a ton of it, and independent leaning Dems who just had no enthusiasm for Biden. That's why before it looked like Maine at large. There was that poll that had Trump up. It might have been 6 points or something. And I thought, well, I think that's just lack of enthusiasm for Biden. I would guess it's going to change by election day. And now we've had a situation where Biden's dropped out. And plus that assassination attempt. I mean, there's been so much going on here the past month, ever since that debate. It just shook everything up. Again, here's the upcoming schedule. Today we've got Arizona, and then there's some Tennessee action, and then next week we've got Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, and Washington. Harris, let's see. You know someone who knows Josh Shapiro pretty well. They were in the state house together for a few years. Okay. Shapiro seems that seems like a reasonable pick, I guess. It was on the top of my list. I did a tier ranking last week for the VP picks, and Shapiro was the highest in my tiers. Little spoiler there if you haven't seen that video already. Um, Harris is off-brand Michelle Obama, in your opinion? Yeah, Harris just what can you say? There's people that just it's just they just love every second they can see her, and there's other people that say, well, this is nothing. This administration has done nothing for me, and she's a part of it, and they don't want to have anything to do with her. I mean, wasn't that long ago, where maybe a few months ago, I think the fear with Democrats was Biden can't step aside because Harris is even more unpopular than Biden. And ever since the debate performance, Biden sank to the absolute lowest. And then it looked like anybody would be an improvement. They could have put Nancy Pelosi in there, and that would have been a step up over Biden. You want to see how Montana's Senate comes into play with Harris if it brings Tester down more or picks him up. Yeah, for a while I had Tester hanging on, but at my last prediction, I finally flipped it and gave it to Sheehy. It seems like it's just going to be so overwhelming for Tester to run, almost 20 points maybe ahead of either Biden or Harris. There's a lot of time to go. Anything could happen. And again, here we've got Trump has dual endorsements in this Arizona 8th congressional district race on the GOP side. He had endorsed Abe Hamadeh, but looks like he also co-endorsed Blake Masters, who he endorsed in the 2022 midterm Senate run. And that's kind of hilarious. 2 endorsements. It reminds me of the U.S. Senate race in Missouri 2 years ago when he endorsed Eric. And there were 2 major Eric candidates in that race, Eric Greitens and Schmidt. So I guess that's Trump being Trump. Let's see. So I got a video on the VP replacement. Has to be before ballots go out. Okay, yeah, well, the ballot printing, that could be an issue. They had skateboarding in the last Summer Olympics, but that was a bit strange due to COVID as they postponed it during doing it really in actuality the next year. Okay, but in most instances, okay, can be done if they die or incapacitated. Enthusiasm is also amount all the double haters. And it's just however many double haters there are, again, that could be totally accurate or it might not be. They could just be weighting the sample wrong, or there could just be a lot of voters out there who are never going to talk to pollsters. They haven't voted before, and there's 1, 2, 3% that are just not being picked up. I've been saying this thing is going to be close for a long time. It was only finally recently in the last maybe 2 to 3 months, it seemed like it was starting to shift toward Trump enough where it seemed like he was ahead enough to be able to win. If it were today, in Montana, we've got Sheehy at 58 to Tester's 42. Okay, that's pretty close, but a little bit of an edge there for Sheehy. Democrats are answering more polls because they're excited. I suppose you could say that. They're definitely more excited, that's for sure. You think Shapiro is not the greatest VP pick? You don't know if it's true, but you heard he's got a sexual harassment situation with a staffer. Really? That I didn't hear about. That didn't come out in his run for governor. Is this after he became governor, or is this when he was attorney general, or is this since he became governor? When you think about it, Kari Lake is the Republican Stacey Abrams. Well, I mean, it depends how you want to look at it. If she takes a statewide loss, then she would have back to back statewide losses. Abrams had it for the same office 4 years apart, and Abrams is adored by the establishment. Lake is not. So there's some differences there. Trump endorsed many candidates in Missouri again. All right, well, probably not worried about that Senate race there. Trump endorsed all. Oh, yeah, for governor, though, that's true. That's going to be a good race. Trump endorsed all the candidates. This time? If he did that this time, that would be hilarious because I have not heard about his endorsement in that Missouri governor GOP primary. Uh, Will Scharf and Andrew Bailey. Pretty sure there was a third. There was a third Eric, but it was like super, like low time. But there was. I do remember that third Eric. If Republicans just gain a few points on the House vote versus 18, the Dems have left themselves in a super vulnerable position. The House is going to be a big battle. That's for sure. Far too early to make a prediction. I did put out a House prediction. Was that like 2 months ago now? Maybe less. Something like that. And it's kind of pointless. I did it just for some of the fans, but it's not. We're not going to have a great idea about the House until really the final few weeks. You didn't hear about anything involving Shapiro. Yep, we got Roy Cooper in North Carolina. He has taken himself out of the running. Ended up having Harris at 53% approval. Your mom, who's a Democrat, has only voted Democrat. Said she's voting for RFK Jr. because Harris became the nominee. Okay. Well, that's somebody who is pro Biden, and now they're not pro Harris, I suppose. Probably not a whole ton of them, but there's one right there. You heard it was during his run. Democrat running for treasurer in 24 said she had something about it, and now it's going out to the media. All right. Do you think Arizona will go D now? Harris running up against Trump. Not yet. I don't. I don't think that just because Harris comes in there, that all of a sudden she's gonna make up 5+ points, because she was down in most of these states by 4 or 5, sometimes even 6 points in the aggregate. And I don't think she's that strong of a candidate. I think Democrats are enthusiastic. Her approvals were very low prior to the debate performance with Biden. So I don't think all of a sudden she will have some magical staying power to just dominate everything. But I think it would be close. I thought it would be close for a while. If the last few months it started to shift toward Trump enough where he sustained a lead for a while. Usually I need to see some leads sustaining for me to think someone will be able to hold on to that state. But now we're down to about 3 months, just over 3 months. Feel like Trump endorsing everyone in the Missouri governor primary is really going to help either candidate get ahead, especially Eigel. he would have benefited more if it were only Trump endorsed. Wow, yeah, I gotta the endorsement of everybody in that primary. That's pretty funny. I'm gonna try to look that up real quick. Let's see, what do we got? We've got, yeah, there it is. Trump endorses all three major Republican candidates for Missouri governor. You know, sometimes some stuff slips through. I did not hear about that, but that's what good is that, really? I mean, multiple endorsements. Again, that follows this one here in Arizona, the 8th district. Um, there's no results yet. We're waiting here, top of the hour, 38 minutes. That's when the polls close. We're not sure how quickly the results are going to come in, though. Abrams still campaigning with Harris. And Abrams, who took back-to-back statewide losses for the same office, it's kind of like John James in Michigan. I mean, how much do you want to campaign with somebody who lost twice in a row? I know she's going for the base, certain demographics, but still, what would it take for Democrats to give up on Abrams? I mean, if she ran a third time, I'd want to know if she would just cruise to the nomination, or if somebody else would say, no, 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 we're gonna actually challenge you for this, so you don't go three straight times and take three straight losses. A lot of enthusiasm for Mark Lamb. Yeah, Lamb should make a good run here, but he's expected to come up short unless there's something crazy happen. I heard there was no debating. I don't know if that changed, but there was no debating in that GOP primary between Lake and Lamb. That is, I think that's disappointing. I'd like to see some debating, but I guess when you're ahead, people don't want to debate. Trump and Lake painting Arizona red. It's a possibility. Immigration is a big issue, and that's Trump's one or two best issues. And it's a key border state, and people want tighter restrictions. Doesn't mean it's going to go red, but it means that there's definitely an opportunity for it to go red. That's why if Mark Kelly gets picked as running mate, I don't know how much that complicates it, but there's a chance it helps Harris just a little bit. Trump endorsed two candidates in Missouri AG. Wow, he sounds like he's just endorsing multiple candidates all the time now. Lake is a horrible candidate. I mean, depending on how you want to look at it. I think if she takes another statewide loss, that's going to really, really damage her, probably to the max. Yeah, John James is in Congress, that's true, but he took two Senate losses in a row. And he possibly could even lose. There was some House poll there showed him trailing, and he barely won last time, but it's true he is in the House. I did have the poll up who's going to win, Hamadeh or Masters, and Masters won it over 80%. And I would have guessed I would have thought Masters was going to win anyway, but it's going to be competitive. It's more than just Hamadeh and Masters, but those are going to be the main two. You're shocked he didn't endorse Eigel. It seems like type of Republican Trump would like. There's always once in a while you think somebody would endorse somebody and they don't for whatever reason. Do you want me to convince you that Lake is the Republican Abrams? Well, I mean, I already laid out my case for similarities and differences, so I get it. I think the biggest difference is Lake is, considered anti-establishment. Abrams is not. That's a huge divide. And then, of course, Abrams she's got the two losses. same office, Lake. She's got different offices and one loss so far. Could be two, but so far it's one. Uh, Nice to have someone here from Arizona in the chat. Oh, did I miss? I might have missed that. If you mentioned it from Arizona, uh, great stuff. It's for today. This is your state. I might have missed that. A lot of messages. Sometimes I miss them. Let's see. Um, Again, let's get up the races here. Just over a half hour to go. If Justin Amash wins the Senate primary in Michigan, you think you make a prediction on who takes the open seat? Probably Slotkin. I mean, I think it's Slotkin either way with an edge, even if it's Rogers. But Amash, it's going to be tough for him. He's just going to be to have that libertarian streak where he might alienate some of the Republicans. And Slotkin seems like she's just has the right makeup and the personality to win that seat, but it could be close. If there's a nice red wave, I could see Slotkin going down, but I don't know. Amashi probably he's kind of done his own thing a little bit too much, I think, to be able to win. I don't think he would get a lot of Dems crossing over. A lot of people who come here from Mexico aren't able to go back, so just stay here. Okay, I don't know what that is in regards to. Kara Lake expected to win, right? Yes, she is expected to win. Imagine in Michigan, it might be hard for him. Primary, disloyal. Yeah, that's kind of what I was touching on with Amash. Kara Lake is the establishment candidate this time. I mean, it depends how you want to look at it. I mean, is she racking up endorsements from Mitch McConnell and Mitt Romney and those standard Republicans that are considered super either moderate or establishment? Do you think the Sun Belt is out of reach for Harris? States like Arizona, Georgia, where the border is a bigger issue, it looks unlikely. I would not say it's out of reach. No, I would think they're going to be competitive. I would think Harris would do a little bit weaker in the Rust Belt. I would think she could do a little bit better in the Sun Belt slash maybe Nevada and Nevada. I would expect her turnout with black voters to go up a little bit. That's going to be beneficial. In Georgia, the Atlanta suburbs, she might do a little bit better. But again, the mood with voters are they're not satisfied with the direction of the country. The inflation, the cost of living, yeah, immigration, as you said, those are all issues. They generally favor Trump. Abortion is something that favors Harris. She's got a little bit of things she could run on, but no, I don't think any state is out of reach. Especially because we don't know what's going to happen in 2 or 3 months. But nobody should get complacent. Could Trump win Georgia? Yeah. Could Harris win Georgia? Yeah. Especially with the way Georgia has trended. That's when Republicans have just they've had nothing there besides they've had Brian Kemp and some statewide races. That's not nothing, but those Senate races and president, that stings pretty bad for the GOP there. Okay, she's backed by Senate Republican leadership. All right. Well, what changed? And what's Mark Lamb? Who's behind him then? Um, do I have any advice when it comes to election coverage type content making, like best sources to use to do research and stuff? Well, it depends. If you're making a new channel, I'm not sure. It depends what your exact mission and motive is, how much time you have on your hands, how frequently you want to put out content. But if you've been following my channel for a while, um, I can only say that I do what I think works for me and what I think is also informative for enough viewers. I try to have that nice balance. I can't make stuff that I'm not interested in, and I can't also put out stuff that the viewers aren't going to be interested in. But there's a lot of sources out there, usually the main sites, whatever has election data. New York Times has a lot. There's a lot of sites out there. The main polling aggregates, they've got data. The major media companies, a lot of people don't like them, but they do have a lot of information. You think Carrie Lake will get around 50% with Lamb getting 35? Seems reasonable enough. You've lived here for 8 years. That's you in Arizona? All right. If Lamb is not able to pull off the upset on Lake, he should run for governor in 26. Easy flip. I could see that. That's usually what happens in politics. Somebody falls short, and then they come back and try to run again. I'm not saying it's a great move, but I could see that being a possibility. The Republicans should have some bench here in Arizona. It could be uh, the treasurer, Kimberly Yee, if I have everything correct, if that's the right office, the right name. Let's see. And they run for statewide office again to lose. Yeah, I mean there is that risk. You come back and you take another loss instead of trying somebody new. We've seen that a number of times. Why can I not see Masters in the eighth? Are you on New York Times? You got to come down all the way here and click on this, and then you'll see him right here. It is kind of weird. This is kind of a bigger race, and his name is hidden. Took me a minute to find it earlier, but he's on there. 26 minutes. Uh, Harris is going to announce her VP pick in Philly. Okay. You'll be back when the polls close. Okay, see you in 26 minutes. Nixon in 68. Yeah, Nixon comes back in 68 after the narrow loss in 60 there. If you want a good source, okay, look at Yearbook of Immigration Statistics. Yeah, there's plenty of stats out there from government organizations, media organizations. There's a ton out there. It's hard to really pinpoint one thing. But I'm going to take a quick 1 minute break here as the results close in. So I'll be back in just a minute. All right. And looks like I did not miss anything as we're about 24 minutes away from polls closing. Again, thanks for everybody showing up here early before the polls closed. Got on here a bit to do some hanging out, have some community time here. And yeah, maybe you're new, maybe you've been here a while. It's good to have a nice, good stream going here. Try to answer as many questions as I can. Again, have had a lot of things going on in real life, behind the scenes. It's been very difficult for me, and I've just been trying to keep the channel going smoothly, try to do a couple streams, but it's been very difficult. But at the same time, we've had a lot of new subscribers the past couple of weeks. It's gone up a lot. We're over 3,600 now, hoping to get to 4,000, 5,000, etc. So hopefully everyone remembers to like and subscribe, share, donate, join, whatever you'd like to do if you are a fan of the channel. And we're about 34 people here. Good stuff. Today is just Arizona, one state, so that's going to be our focus. We did that before when we had just Indiana. We've done Iowa, we've done New Hampshire. Today's Arizona. Again, the upcoming schedule is as follows. Tennessee is on August 1st. It's in a couple days. There will not be a stream for that. But on the 6th, Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Washington. The goal is to do a stream, but I cannot guarantee it. That's all I can say for that. I'm going to try to do at least one or two more of these for August. And I know some of these I don't think I'm going to be able to do, but we'll see what happens. All right. Okay. LA will have a easy host now. The Tokyo and Paris aren't that impressive. Okay, that's going to be in 4 years. Los Angeles hosting the Olympics. Hope your voice is better. Like the video chat. Not sure what video chat you mean, but the voice, yeah, the voice has been, it's been healing and recuperating, and I've had some rough videos, but I'm trying to get it better. I'm sure I probably shouldn't be using it so much right now for this stream, but yeah, it's been bad. We're trying to keep it moving. Look at the VP prediction odds. Okay, I can try to pull that up here on the side. Let's see. Josh Shapiro's at 59. That's what I'm seeing. I can pull that up in a second. Oops. Here's the predicted odds. 59 for Shapiro, Mark Kelly, 19. And then Bashir and Walls for the top 4. All right. And an alternate universe, the Olympics are happening here in Boston right now. Actually glad that didn't happen. Yeah, some people want the Olympics, some people don't want the Olympics at all near their city. Looking forward to LA having the Olympics. I haven't seen any of the swimming stuff, but heard the U.S. has done good. Apparently, the third time LA has had it. Shapiro spiked in the odds. Yeah, you can change the channel name to political radio, and it'll have more subscribers. Well, that's a good hypothesis. Maybe someday if it turned into like a regular show, like every day if this was it. But then also political radio sounds kind of generic. People probably refer to just any political radio as political radio. Shapiro might be a bit too pro-Israel, maybe. But either way, the channel, I mean, it should be going up. I mean, I've been putting out a video every day for more than 2 years. Over 1,000 videos. And maybe half of those are pretty decent, you know? There's a few duds in there. But over 1,000 videos, 2 to 2.5 years of the channel, done a bunch of streams, hopefully trying to expand it more. Got to get up to 4,000, 5,000 subscribers. 10,000 would be really nice. It'd be nice to get there quicker than later. But, you know, you can't do any of it without the support of the community, the fans. You know, every like, every share, every super chat, every donation, all that stuff, that all of it. Every little bit helps. It would be nice to take kind of a vacation from the channel in a sense, just because I've had a lot of stuff going on, trying to get a break. Shapiro could balance the ticket. Yeah, I know there's all these theories on how to balance the ticket. Who's too pro this? Who's too pro that? Who's anti this? And that 16 election was completely wild. And then the 20 election was wild during COVID. That changed everything. Now, this election, probably the most wild, certainly before the final 3 months. But 16, that thing, most of us probably remember. It looked like, you know, every couple of weeks, big bombshell about something Trump said, and there's no way he can recover. He's just unelectable. And that's what I thought too. I thought, yeah, how can he recover from this? Somehow it happened. Well, after the elections, I mean, I can't, it'd be nice to just take a couple of weeks off of the channel here, but there's going to be a lot of analysis. You know, a lot of videos I've done analyzing the 2020 election. All of a sudden, we're going to have new data that's going to pour in. Might take a few weeks to get it all in, but there'll be new things to analyze. But it would be nice to take off some time. But then, of course, if you take off time, then nobody's going to show up to the channel. There'll be pretty much no new subscribers, no views, zero revenue. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can never promise how long the channel's going to go on for. I didn't think it would go on this long, especially considering how long it took to get a significant amount of subscribers. Olympics. Yeah. Olympics are going on. So, not sure which race everybody is most excited for Arizona. Well, we're going to see what we've got. Could be an upset. Couple of interesting races to look at. In the sixth, they've got the sixth up here to see if Juan Ciscomani can be primaried out, but that seems very unlikely. The first district should be interesting. The third is going to be an open seat. That's the Ruben Gallego seat. So the Democrats there are going to battle it out to replace Gallego. And then the first district here to go up against Schweikert. A lot of Democrats throwing their hat into the ring here in this suburban Maricopa Phoenix district. Well, the polls close in 13 minutes. And I thought there's something a little bit weird with the time zones, some of the tribal locations. So I'm not sure if the results are going to pour in or what's going to happen. So we're going to just kind of have to wait and see what happens. No days off. We need 2028 speculation. Yeah, people have already asked me for that in the last year. And I go, how can I speculate on 28? I mean, I could just do it. I can say anything. I don't know if people enjoy that or if they think it is kind of pointless. But I try to keep the channel going every day, variety of content. I had some stuff in production before Biden dropped. I try to keep a couple different things in production because once in a while I've got to go do some stuff and I can't think about the channel at all for a day or two. So I try to put up, kind of a filler video, one that's just I had sitting there. Bashir seems pretty sweet to be VP, being elected Democrat in a very red Republican state, appealing to Republicans as well. I guess, I mean, it's going to be more appealing for Democrats than if Trump picked Larry Hogan from Maryland. You might think, wow, a Republican in a blue state, that's got to be great, but that would have been probably a bad pick for the base, but even though they should still be behind Trump anyway, Hogan might have brought in some moderates, some independents, maybe. But I don't know how much Bashir's really going to bring in. I tend to think that Kentucky, they want Trump a ton. And even though they voted for Bashir twice, I don't know how much necessarily Bashir's going to be able to convince deep red Kentucky or neighboring working class voters to not support Trump or J.D. Vance. I don't know about that. And plus Bashir, his dad, Steve Bashir, there's going to be some accusations there that, he just kind of, he's riding his dad's name, into some of these electoral wins. All right. There was a Remington poll came out from Missouri Senate Democrat primary showed Coons beating Carla May. I wasn't even aware that one actually was going to be that competitive. I thought Coons was just going to walk away with it because he got second place last time to Trudy Bush Valentine a couple of years ago. But I would believe that Coons has an advantage. Yeah, it is going to be an uphill climb for sure against Hawley. The state's just so red. Clinton endorsed Cherney for the first. I think I saw. There it is, Bill Clinton. So yeah, that's true. And we're getting closer to poll closing time. Let's see. You're in Eastern, all right. Did I see the results for the Venezuela election? I didn't really look at it. I heard about it though. I heard Maduro. He's in there again. He surprised some people. I heard a little bit about it, but again, I've been kind of out of some things as of late. But I did hear a little bit about it, and of course, that's not in the U.S., so I'm going to care even less. But I did hear a little bit about it. I guess that's a big deal. Maybe maybe that helps Trump in some way a little bit. I don't know. I heard that too. Again, haven't looked way into that or even moderately into it. But hey, what do you guys think? Does that matter? The Maduro election? I decided to look up. Okay, cities such as New York, Chicago haven't had the Olympics. Boston, okay. Getting some Olympic history here. Bashir versus Massey for McConnell's seat. Well, I think Massey would win that probably easily. I don't think Bashir has much staying power outside of governor. Just like Hogan going for Senate, it's very unlikely Hogan's going to win. I mean, the federal offices, they're just different than statewide. You know, we saw Steve Bullock in Montana. He tried to transition into the Senate. He lost by 10. Could New Jersey be competitive in the future? I mean, anything's possible in the future depending on how far you go. People talked about it this election. I never thought it was really going to get competitive, and depending on what you define as competitive, I don't think it would get under 10, but it could. I guess it's not impossible it gets under 10 this year. But if it under 5, I'm going to say that does not seem like it's on the table this year or next time. But, in another 8, 12, maybe 16 or 20 years, who knows what's going to happen? It's not likely it would get competitive, but, it was a little bit competitive in 2004. It was kind of competitive compared to what it is now. Bashir has pretty progressive views on things. It still managed to win a statewide office. I mean, he's always considered moderate, and that's kind of a ambiguous term. He's mostly seems to be battle with the state legislator there, who has the veto-proof majority. Bashir only wins because his vetoes get overridden. Yeah, that's an interesting thing to think about. If he was not getting his vetoes overridden, I don't know. I can't say that he'd be very unpopular, but it's possible. Australia will have held 3 Olympics, different cities. Funny that the U.S. has all 3 Olympics in one city. Well, there was Atlanta, 96 Atlanta. That's a different city. We can't forget about that. Even with Mitt Romney, he was governor of Massachusetts, didn't even come close in 12 against Obama. That's true. And also Romney, even before he was governor, he ran for the Senate. In 94, I think that was the Ted Kennedy he ran against, or maybe it was Kerry, and he ran there, and it was a little bit closer, but not really that close. I think it was Kerry now that I think about it some more. Let's see, where are we at? We're at 5 minutes here until some polls close. Yeah, how is everyone doing? Red Legion, thanks for showing up here for the stream. Are you able to see excuse me, Maricopa County, uh, BOS races? I'm only able to see what's on here. They've got county recorder. That's what they've got in New York Times. I don't. Oh wait, maybe here we go. Down here, county supervisor. Yeah, I guess they are on here. I don't know how much time we're gonna be spending looking at that, but yeah, they are down here on New York Times. So I mean, once in a while, I might glance at that, but I haven't followed what's going on with these races. But if you're from that area, that's going to matter. So we'll have to see what's going on there. Yeah, Debbie Lesko. I think she's running for that, right? Can't forget about Lesko. All right, let's see. It was Kennedy? Wow. I had Kennedy, then I went to Kerry. Oh, maybe Bill Weld ran against Kerry. Maybe that's what it is. I could just look this up, but it's more fun doing it this way. I think that's what it is. All right. Olympics anywhere in the Northwest. Okay. Northeast, sorry. Statewide elections are different. Republicans get close in Oregon. Yep. Those are close. Bush almost won Oregon in 2000. That was a big battleground back then. Even in '04 was kind of close. 40 plus viewers. Yeah, what is that we're up to? Let me see. Can I confirm that? Oh, 52. That's pretty good. You never know what we're going to get each stream. Now, we've had a lot of new subscribers the past few weeks, but we've had some streams with some decent people, but then we've had some where there's not that many. Okay. You forgot there was an election today. Well, I've got you covered. 2 minutes from poll closing. Maricopa County primaries, in your opinion, extremely important since 60%. Yeah, Maricopa is where the action is. It used to be red. Now it's kind of going a little blue. We'll see what happens. You're excited for the District 6 with Angle going back with against Siscomani. Yeah, that's going to be a rematch. So a recent poll with her, the 1 point lead. And they did another one from New York, 4. Yeah, a lot of rematches this year. Siscomani won narrowly. In 96, Weldon Carey. So we've got that confirmed. Talking a little Massachusetts here. And yeah, Weld, who was super popular for governor, he did not beat Carey. Okay, more Olympics. Yeah, if you're not interested in politics and you are interested in sports or the Olympics, well, that's great because it's not fun following politics. I mean, it's much more enjoyable to usually to follow something else. There's just too much craziness going on in politics as we're about 45 seconds away from these polls closing in the Grand Canyon State. Look at Maricopa. Look at the shape of this county. I mean, this is such a weird shape, too. We're looking at Pinal. We'll be looking at Pima. All right. What do you think takes the Senate/House? You just found your channel. I like your non-biased, informative content. Well, thanks a lot for taking note of the channel. You just found it today. That's great. Got over 1,000 videos. And some of them are timeless. You go back and watch some of these from a year ago. Some of them are about current news, so I understand if you want to not go back and watch them. But who's going to win the House and the Senate? Probably it's just too early. I can't make a final call, but if it's slightly leaning toward the Republicans taking it. The House, very narrowly. The Senate, at least a tie. It's at least going to be a 50-50 tie in the Senate, unless everything completely falls apart for the Republicans and Ted Cruz and Rick Scott get into some serious danger. But it should be an easy flipping to pick up for Jim Justice in West Virginia. And then after that, we're probably looking at Tester going down in Montana, but that's not a guarantee. I just finally gave that to Sheehy last month in my prediction, or this month actually. And then we're going to be looking at Brown in Ohio. So Republicans should at least get a 50-50 tie. That's not great. Considering that if they were looking to expand the map, that's nothing. But they should be able to get 50. And I'd say they maybe have a little bit more likely chance than not to come out with 51. Now, if it turns into a red wave, they could go on to 52, 53 plus. They could start flipping Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, etc. All right, polls have closed. Now we play the waiting game. It's kind of what we've already been doing. All the action is where everyone lives in Arizona. Okay, speaking of Massachusetts, I think it was really bad the Republicans hardly got a competitor in the House races. Uh, yeah, I haven't followed much of Massachusetts, what's going on, because it's just so blue. I mean, if there's basically no chance of anything going on, I try not to sink too much time into it. But I know they're trying to get somebody going up against Warren. But yeah, that's a lot of districts there. Republicans have kind of no chance to do anything there. Brown tester and insert random dem here. Losing in Ohio, Montana, West Virginia. I think Lake, Rogers, and Hovde can also win. Yeah, I think they're not favored, in my opinion. Right now, I would give the advantage narrowly there to the opponents, Gallego, Baldwin, and Slotkin. But again, there's plenty of time. It takes time to build a campaign. Of course, since we haven't even had primaries in a bunch of states, those candidates are going to need some time to really start getting their name out there, cut some ads, and get a real campaign going. Sometimes it doesn't really take effect until September, October. All right. Garden State politics. Hey, New Jersey. You think Sherrod Brown probably holds on narrowly? That's what I have had it as last time. And my prediction, I had him narrowly getting it by a tilt. I've held that. I haven't seen a ton out of Marino. He could easily win that seat, but as of right now, it's just so close that it's hard to say that it would flip. But if Trump wins that by 9 or 10 points, to see Brown run at 10 points ahead, that's, some people say that can't happen. He can't run 10 points ahead. Only one Senate versus President ticket split last time. Yeah, that would probably be Susan Collins in Maine. That was some terrible polling in that race. I think the Senate will be 50-52. We got to see how Tester does with Harris in the race. Something could give Alford a boost. I'm not even sure who Alford is there. That's to make it 51-49. Yeah, I think this is why I always tell people, give it some time. There were people saying a long time ago, there's no way Trump could win this thing. And then the conviction, it was like, there's no way he's going to win. And then there were people seeing the polls with Trump in the lead. And they're saying, okay, this thing is over. Trump has never led in these polls. And now he's ahead by 5 points. There's no way he can lose. And I say, well, can we just give it a little bit more time? There's no way this thing is over in May or June. It's not going to be over in July or August either. Charlie Baker would have wiped the floor with Warren. I don't know. I know there was some preliminary polls. Those I don't think have a lot of weight, but that would have been interesting. I would guess Baker would lose, though, still, but, that's just me. Gerrymandering is tough, like in Illinois. Yeah, I've done all the redistricting maps. I've consistently said Illinois has the least fair map, the worst map, however you want to call it. New Mexico and Virginia flipping is the best case scenario, but it's not likely. Yeah, I don't think I'll probably be taking a look at some best case scenarios again, but I don't think those would flip. Not now, at least. I didn't before either, but certainly a little bit less so now. There's no way Brown will outperform Kamala by 8. That's kind of what I was just saying. I said 10, but yeah, I can't say it can't happen, but it does seem a little weird if Trump's going to win Ohio, maybe by a safe 10-point margin, but then Brown wins by 1 point in the Senate. Brown is not winning with Trump and Harris on the ballot. I mean, we'll see what happens. I can't say anybody is going to be right or wrong unless it's completely unreasonable. I mean, if somebody said, hey, Maria Cantwell is going down in Washington, I'd say, okay, yeah, we're not saying that. There's no way that's happening. That's like 99% plus. Totally off the table. Okay, still waiting on the results to come in here. And again, welcome to everybody that's showing up for this Arizona primary. Great to have you here. Hope everybody's having a decent enough day, evening, night, or a morning, wherever you're at. Polls have closed. We're waiting for the results to come in. Based on the trends, is it easier to get elected as a moderate Democrat in a red state like John Bell Edwards? A moderate. Oh, is it easier to get elected as a moderate Democrat than what? I mean, there was that time a little bit ago where that was happening, but that could happen again if you have an unpopular Republican in a red state for governor. I mean, happened with Matt Bevin in Kentucky. He went down to Bashir. If you have the right candidate on one side and the wrong candidate on another side, and the national environment favors you, just like Larry Hogan, he wins in Maryland, and then of course his next time out, he won by a wider margin. Usually, once you get your foot in the door, usually it's easier to win re-election. Colin Allred in Texas, not Alfred. Oh, is that what I was saying? I didn't know who Alfred was, so we meant Allred. I gotcha. Allred, an anti-gun who sided with AOC in the border. He's dead on arrival. Well, I mean, he's going to get millions of votes, but as far as winning that, I would agree he's not likely to win that. He's fairly unlikely to win, but again, it's Ted Cruz. He's never been known for his likability. And he got Almost lost in 18 there to O'Rourke. We're prediction for 28 is there won't be a sizable third party candidate because the year when we're hosting the Olympics. Okay, I guess that's interesting. Haven't thought about that. For the record, we've hosted the Summer Olympics. Okay, we've got oh 04. Yeah, we've got the list there. The biggest upset that could happen in the Senate would be Texas. Yeah, I mean, it's either Texas or Florida. I guess on either side, if you put it on either side, hmm. I guess it depends on how unrealistic you want to go. I mean, Hogan winning it is still too far for me. I had him as just getting it down to about 4 to 5 points at a best case scenario. So if Hogan won, that would be a complete earthquake. But yeah, Cruz losing would be massive. Yeah, the general election and the Olympics happened the same year. Speaking of Cantwell, there was a poll that came out recently for her, which had the biggest poll with 23 points. I probably saw that poll actually. I tried to check out most of the polling, and that's probably the same one I looked at. It did show her with a big lead against Raul Garcia. I think I can't even totally recall. No, that can't. No, that's not it. I don't think that's it. But anyway, let's see. Bro, 8% in 96. Do you agree that the leap years are always the ones that are slightly more important in human history? And there are usually more things going on. I hadn't really thought about that. I mean, there's one more day. You mean coincidentally? Is there more things going on? I guess if you talk about the Olympics and the presidential elections, those are two big things. So that automatically is going to bump them up. I'm sure there's other things going on in the leap years as well. But there's probably significant things happening in other years. Can't think of it off the top of my head. Um, it is interesting to think about that. I'll admit that. Let's see. Unless Allred makes an upset or something goes down, Cruz will Cruz. Okay, Cruz pulled another Cancun to California, I think, when the recent hurricane came. Yeah, I think in 18, Cruz, as we're still waiting for results to come in here in Arizona. Again, we don't know how long it's going to take, but we're ready. I think Cruz in 18 with that about 2.5 point, maybe up to 3 point win over O'Rourke. I think Democrats were thinking, oh my God, that of course in 24 this should be an easy flip, but looks like that's unlikely to happen. That's why you can never be too excited prematurely. Um, New Mexico is more likely to flip than Hogan winning. Yeah, you can get into those. What's more likely? That'd be a good one. I know it's so hard to think about that because they're both so unlikely. Maybe New Mexico flipping. Of course, the margin. Hogan has to make up so many points for New Mexico to flip. That was only about a 10 to 11 point margin last time. So theoretically, it would be easier in a sense. But of course, that's comparing two different types of races. Hogan was super popular as governor. Um, Hispanic trends. Okay, oh, it is Raul Garcia. Okay, hey, I don't know why I doubted myself there. I thought maybe I got one of those wrong. And okay, I think that catches us up in the comments. Try to answer everything the best that I can. Again, I should probably be resting my voice some more. It was very shaky for several days there. So again, here's the upcoming schedule. Today, it's Arizona. We've got Tennessee in a couple days. There's not going to be a stream for that, that's for sure. Then the 6th could be a stream. I'd like to, but either way, you've got Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Washington. There's going to be some interesting races there. And then there's more action coming up on the 13th. We've got Hawaii in there on the 10th. We've got the DNC convention. And then we finish it up here heading into September with the final states. God, remember about a year ago when this all seemed so far away and we didn't know what was going to happen. We assumed it was going to be Trump and Biden, and it didn't exactly pan out that way. Nobody could have predicted what was going to happen. The assassination attempt of Biden collapsing in the debate, him stepping aside. All right, let's see. Trump endorsement of Hogan would be hurting it among the more moderate to Democrat voters. Yeah, I did hear he kind of tacitly endorsed him. And I don't know how much endorsements matter. I guess they matter more than nothing. And I can see them having some impact. But maybe some voters that weren't going to vote for Hogan from the base are going to come out for Hogan now, too, to balance out some of the loss from moderates. Of course, there's not going to be that many Trump voters in that state, but and how much does it really matter come election day? I don't know. I mean, Hogan right now, I'm thinking he's going to take. Oh, at first, he was leading by like 10 points in the general election. Then all of a sudden it flipped and he was down by 10, like super quickly after that. I mean, I would think Hogan's going to lose by less than 15 points, which is a huge improvement. But he should be able to crack 40%, 42%. Now, he could maybe have a good night. He could get up to 44, 45% maybe. And if he really has a lot of momentum, it could get maybe into the high 40s, but I'm saying that's unreasonable at this point. Okay, let's see. You doubt New Mexico goes as close as recent polls show, even with Domenici with the name recognition with her father. I think Heinrich goes safety. Yeah, that one. I've said that's kind of a dark horse race. The name ID there for Nella. I mean, maybe it does get her a little bit more competitive. I could see it getting under 10. I think it probably rated as likely D at this point. But it could go safe. Because, yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like Heinrich seems just under the radar, just kind of an inconsequential senator. He's not going to get people. I don't mean that in a necessarily a bad way. I mean it in terms of like he's not rocking the boat. He's going to win re-election. Will, you're back. It looks like, yep, still no results. What do you think about old Congresswoman Nancy Boyda going back for her seat on the 2024 for Kansas 2nd House District? That I am not up to speed on. I probably cannot comment on it, I guess, at this point. But that's the 2nd district. That's the competitive one. That's the. Oh no, that's sorry. That's I'm thinking of Nebraska. Got to get the states right. Kansas is 2nd. I'll have to get back to you on that. Don't want to give inaccurate information or an inaccurate comment. Hogan was never going to win. Yeah, I mean, he's not for sure not going to win, but yeah, it's unlikely. The debate could not alleviate the age and cognitive ability concerns. Yeah, that totally exacerbated it. Steve Garvey outraised Adam Schiff. Did he? I mean, I don't know how much Schiff even needs to raise. I can't imagine Garvey winning. I don't think under any circumstance. I guess if Schiff is just arrested and he kills somebody and Steve Garvey, personally puts out a fire at an orphanage or something. Otherwise, yeah, I think Garvey is going to go down there at least by some amount, some margin. I mean, maybe it's closer than we think, and he loses by like 14. I don't know. I don't think so, but he's losing. Um, Maryland too blue for him to win. He'll still lose by 15. Are we talking about Garvey or Hogan? Either way, I guess it doesn't really matter. Other than the border economy is stronger over the past 4 years than previous 4 years, even excluding pandemic years. So border is all the GOP has to run on. Well, see, I, I mean, there's always stats you could throw out there to, I guess, bolster your case, but I mean, the cost of living and the direction the country's going in, it's all negative. I mean, the inflation and the home prices and interest rates, that's all stung so much that, I mean, I don't know how much people care about the unemployment rate per se, especially if it might be missing some people that have dropped out of the labor force. I think that just the sheer burden of expenses is so significant. Gas prices, etc., energy, all that, insurance. It's just really, I mean, it's hurting for me. I'm sure it's hurting for everybody else. And whether it's fair or not fair, a lot of people would say that it was not this bad, at least pre-COVID. Uh, okay, AZ has 0% in. Secretary of State site, all right. Oh yeah, Salt Lake City, they had the Winter Olympics in '02. I think she can get within 10. Oh, we're talking about that again. The Kansas 2. Real ship will win by 25. Yeah, probably. Um, they have to be arrested for treason to lose. Yeah, who knows if that would even do it. So yeah, we're waiting for something to come in. Let's see. So Nancy Boyda in the second congressional district. Okay, yeah, I. So she left office in 2009. She was in there for just 2 years. So she's coming back in the second district, and that's the Jake LaTurner district, and he's already out of there. He's already retiring. He wasn't in there that long at all. But former Republican, yeah, I don't think that that's going to probably go anywhere. That's interesting. There's a lot of interesting people that come back. They've been out of office for a long time. I've seen that happen over the years. Rick Nolan in Minnesota, he had a huge, huge gap. Uh, Yeah, I know the whole midterm thing, wondering how much abortion had an impact, that's all going to be up for debate. I think it definitely did have an impact. Yeah, Arizona, it's taken a while here. 2020. Okay. Did this happen with the presidential primary too? Yeah, I can't remember. I know some state took a long time. And then there was also some mistakes, some tabulation errors that happened on some of these states. I mean, every side has a narrative they can run on, and eventually somebody's going to be wrong. I mean, nobody's going to say that they're going to lose, at least not at this point anymore. I mean, we can all think back to when we were wrong about some election. It's most notably back in 16 where it just seemed like Hillary had it in the bag or close to it. And I remember seeing the results come in, and it was surprising. I was highly surprised that she lost. Uh, Chris Christie won. Yeah, I was thinking about that where Christie was. Oh, that was in Oklahoma. That's right. Now that you mention it, Dewey defeats Truman. Yeah, I think there was a couple other ones too, where there was some mistake at some point. I guess it's not a huge deal. But again, yeah, I thought there might be something with different time zones. Some of the tribal areas results might take longer. I'm not sure. Maybe I read that somewhere. And again, here we've got this Trump endorses Republican rivals in Arizona's 8th congressional district. That's the district to replace Debbie Lesko. And looks like Trump, who had already endorsed Abe Hamadeh, now he's also co-endorsing Blake Masters. So I think that's pointless to endorse both of the competitors. I guess it makes some sense, and it's where you don't want to let anybody down. You want to just also chime in and say, hey, yeah, either of these guys would be great. But then at the same time, you're not really actually making a concrete endorsement. So in the Senate here, we've got Ruben Gallego. He's uncontested. This is to replace Cinema. Democrat turned independent. She's calling it a career after one term. So Republicans are putting up probably Kari Lake. Mark Lamb is going to get at least a third of the vote, I would guess. New York, we did do that stream. That was last month. Do you think New Jersey is more likely to flip than Maryland for the Senate or for president? If for president, of course, that's New Jersey. If it's for the Senate, then then it becomes another debate. It's tough to say. Theoretically, New Jersey should be closer, but Hogan is the wild card with his popularity. Wondering how much translates over into the Senate. I mean, traditionally, New Jersey would be closer, aside from Hogan running. Then New Jersey's going to be closer. But with Hogan in there, and I don't know if Andy Kim, maybe he flops, maybe Curtis Bashaw runs a great campaign. He gets it down to 7 points. I don't know. All right, gonna go for some dinner. Sounds good. How do you think we'll know the results of the presidential race on election night, or is it going to take several days? I would guess it's going to take longer than election night. It could just be the next morning, 2, 3 a.m. That's possible. But it could drag on if there's mail-in ballots trickling in, if there's lawsuits, if polls stay open an hour or two later because of long lines or other issues with the equipment. It could go on another day, two, and then, of course, some states might have ballots they're accepting for several days after the election. Then there's the overseas ballots. If it's real close, it could drag on, and that could be a problem. People aren't going to want to see it dragging on. If it's any kind of a landslide, we should get it that night or shortly after midnight, or anything convincing, I should say. The 22 Arizona gubernatorial election is considered to be an upset as well as that one Washington district. Yes, that's true. It did seem like Lake was going to win in 22. I mean, some people claim that there were issues and so on, but it seemed like she was going to win. She wanted to debate, and Katie Hobbs did not want to debate. That seemed like a terrible move to me for Hobbs not wanting to debate. There should have been a debate. I thought it was going to cost her. It didn't. And the Washington district with Marie Gluesenkamp Perez taking out Joe Kent, and who Joe Kent also took out Jamie Herrera Butler in that top 2 primary. That was kind of an upset already in the primary. Then in the general, Kent going down in that Republican-leaning district to Perez, that is an upset. That's going to be a battleground. Kent is running again. He could win it. New general election poll, New Hampshire. Harris 50, Trump 46. Is that, let me see, is that actually on here? Here it is. It's an Emerson poll. Glance at it, I guess. So this has 48-41. That's in the 3-way race. I'm guessing the 2-way. Okay, the 2-way is +4. All right. That's narrower than this 7-point UNH poll. But I'm going to say that it's actually really early still, given the amount of changes we've seen over the past month. I mean, I'm usually somebody that likes to wait until after Labor Day, but now that so much has happened with the assassination attempt, the debate, Biden getting out of there, Harris coming in, unknown VP, we've got to wait until after Labor Day. It's super early. Let's give it a few weeks and then another few weeks. And we'll see what happens once. I mean, I saw him putting out some ads. He's finally doing some ad buys in some of these states. He didn't really do that much earlier. So he's trying to actually get in on this now and stymie any momentum of Harris. Okay, imagine it's going to take a few days. That's a possibility I mentioned. Cinema's going to go make her lobbying. That's probably true. That's what happens. Bob Menendez is running as an independent. Well, didn't he's retiring. And isn't he going to be off the ballot then if he's decided he's leaving the Senate? I actually have not looked into that since he announced he's getting out of there. But yeah, that's something I should take a look at. But I don't think he's going to get much support at all anyway, even if he was on the ballot. Talking low single digits, maybe mid at the best. Libertarian Party New Hampshire endorsed Trump for president. Think that has any weight to it? New Hampshire does have a decent size libertarian. Yeah, that state does have a little bit more of an independent type of streak. A little bit of the live free or die libertarian type of motto. Uh, they endorsed, excuse me, already. I don't know how much weight that has. I tend to think little at best. I mean, in the Senate race in Arizona in 2022, the Libertarian candidate endorsed Blake Masters before the election, and Masters lost comfortably still. Much wider than I thought it would be. So in that sense, that to me tells me that has little or no impact. But in Arizona, but again, Arizona is not New Hampshire. It could have more impact, especially considering that if they've already endorsed 3 months out, that's going to be a little bit more important than doing it 2 weeks before the election. Um, Harris to hold first rally with running mate on Tuesday. Okay. That's going to be a week, it sounds like. You know, there's going to be the glowing reports. There's going to be the Democrats feeling bullish for now. It's going to last for a bit. It could change at any point. It could keep going all the way through the election. Who knows? But again, any momentum for Democrats is going to feel like it's 10 times more momentum than it was, given that they were absolutely had nothing to be excited about pretty much all year, maybe even before that. You just joined. What's happened? Nothing yet. Polls have closed in Arizona. We might have to wait a little longer until the results actually show up. So we're just kind of hanging out for now. All right. I don't know why I read that out of order. Let's go back here. Kelly Bros, it's Jover. The win in Washington and Alaska. All of the West Coast districts by the ocean are Democratic. Okay. Could change back, but yeah, that's kind of interesting. Michigan plus 11. Yeah, I talked about that earlier. I'm going to try to cover that in a quick video tomorrow, but yeah, plus 11. It doesn't really make any sense to me if Trump is up 4 in Pennsylvania and Harris is up 11 in Michigan. I can't really grasp that one at all. I don't like to often just say this is not worth talking about, but that seems so crazy. Do you think the Democratic convention in August is going to have protests regarding the war between Israel and Palestine? Yeah, I think there's going to be some. There's always going to be protests, so I think that's going to be a part of it. Now, is it going to be significant or get out of hand? I don't know. I could see it either way, but if it doesn't happen, I'm not going to be shocked. But there's going to be something there. It's just the question is it going to get out of hand or is it going to be significant? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is significant. Maybe we're all underestimating how big of an issue that is. Or maybe I am. Folks in New Hampshire are incredibly politically tuned in. When I lived here, it was very cool to see firsthand. Sounds good. Hope the polling is accurate there. I'd like to see some accurate polling. It looked like Don Bolduc was going to lose to Maggie Hassan by a very narrow margin, but he lost comfortably. Hassan won that easily. So the polling was a little lackluster, I think, last time. But again, every election's unique. Okay, I feel like, yeah, just some good conversation. I feel like a lot of New Hampshire independents will go to Harris purely because of how well Haley did against Trump. Okay, that's a possibility. You expect a 20% in for at least 40 minutes. Yeah. Who do you think will be Harris's VP? I did a tier ranking last week. If you're asking me, I had Josh Shapiro in the A tier, and then I had Mark Kelly in B. I had Roy Cooper in there too, I believe, but Cooper is out of the running. I had Tony Evers, who I haven't really heard is even in the running at all. But I would say Shapiro or Kelly. And if you look at the markets, Shapiro is clearly in the lead, but again, who knows what this means? Supposedly first results will come. Yeah, I heard it was going to be a little bit later again because of some tribal uh different polling or different poll times in some of the tribal areas. I wasn't sure if they're gonna wait. I heard they might wait. Looks like maybe they are gonna wait. Gotta go now. Nice chatting. All right. Have a good night. Thanks for you were here right at the beginning. So thanks for joining the stream. New Senate poll, Scott 47, Powell 43. Is that brand new? Check out the polling here on 538. Let's Florida. Okay, this University of North Florida. Yeah, I mean, I've long said Scott, I think, is a little bit weaker. I've had that race as lean Republican for a while. Just in the last, I think, two times, I finally barely bumped it up to likely. A lot of people were always saying, you got to go likely on that thing. I said, I don't know, Scott. I'm thinking Scott is not that strong, but again, it's Florida. I would expect there to be a little bit more there in the end for Scott, but it's not a guarantee he wins. It's just fairly likely. It could get close. Sarah Gomez, nice to see you. Know you've been around before. Also, since Harris is in the race, I have no clue what this election may happen, especially energized bases on both sides. Yeah, there's no predicting it. I think that's the safest assumption is just say either side could win. There's more than 3 months to go. Who knows what's going to happen next? Maybe there's nothing. Maybe there's two October surprises. And yeah, I know the Trump base is really stoked to come out. They were already completely stoked. And then after the assassination attempt, of course, that looks like such a blunder. It's a big deal that they're going to want to come out even more somehow. Yeah, no results yet. Crazy stuff. Yep, you didn't miss anything while if you were grabbing some dinner. Nothing yet. You think Florida will end up being competitive in the presidential election? It depends how you define competitive. Not really. I'm expecting it to be a little outside of that, more than last time. At least probably 4 points for Trump, at least. That's probably even if he doesn't have a strong performance. But again, I mean, we're all just kind of making stuff up, aren't we? She should win that probably by 5 to 7 on kind of a regular night. So I would think it's not really. It's going to be just a little bit not competitive there. Maybe they canceled the primary to do Tennessee. Yeah, that would have been nice if Tennessee just did it now. That would have been a lot more sensible. You surprised to see Scott is that weak? If Scott is that weak, I cannot imagine Ted Cruz. Well, I mean, Scott, he's won narrow races before. In the 2018, that blue wave, that was the wave. Remember, Republicans gained seats in the Senate that year. Scott took out Bill Nelson. 3-term. incumbent Bill Nelson. I think it was 3. So Scott, he's kind of embattled, and he's a fighter in a sense, but he's not that strong of a candidate. He's getting older. I would guess this would be his last term, but we'll see. Um, let's see. The crosstabs on a lot of the polls have been a little uneven. Okay, I don't doubt that. I'm sure some of them are going to be uneven. Hopefully, it all evens out in the aggregate as time goes on. Shapiro at 50%. Yeah, I'm predicted. Yeah, I think he was at 60 actually. Hoping for Mark Lamb, but expect Lake to take this and lose in November. Yeah, I mean, that's what I would guess would happen right now, but it's not overwhelming. There could be a surge, and Lake could win. I mean, there's just plenty of things we didn't expect. It looked like Ron Johnson in Wisconsin was going to lose in 16 to Russ Feingold. That was a rematch, and Trump won Wisconsin somehow, and then Ron Johnson won in the Senate. That was a stunner. Um, let's see. Florida's right trend is overstated. I do think it's overstated as well. Except I was underestimating it in 22. DeSantis winning by 19 points. That was not what I was expecting. There was a hurricane, and I get it. Some of the polling looked strong for him at the end, over 10 points, but that's crazy. But yeah, usually I'm very cautious on states lurching. I would expect it to be a little bit better than last time. I'm saying 5 to 7 points. All right. You got some Indian chicken curry. Sounds good. R plus 7. Mark Lamb for Arizona Senate. Let's actually pull that back up. Oh, here it is. All right. You think Gloria Johnson could get a similar margin as Phil Bredesen in 18? Yeah, maybe. But I would think it a little worse than Bredesen because Bredesen was the popular governor, and that was an open seat as well. Now Blackburn is going to be the incumbent, but it should still be easily safe for Blackburn in all reasonable circumstances. But you never know. You're a fighter, not a quitter. I am resigning. All right. I still like that interview where Biden says he's on the horse from a couple weeks ago or whatever, maybe a week and a half ago. That was one moment I thought was entertaining. There's many Johnsons in politics nowadays. Okay. I, Ron Johnson in Wisconsin is the only guy that would retire when his seat is up again. Yeah, he said he was only going to go 2 terms, and then of course, a lot of people say that, and most of the time they back out. And I was surprised he went for another term, but yeah, I could see him retiring next time. Florida abortion referendum poll came out, shows 70% yes. That does have to hit 60, I believe, right, for the Florida Constitution. So yeah, at 70, I seems like that's gonna pass. You think JD Vance will have more of a political future if he loses? You know, he's so young. Yeah, I would guess, unless he got in there and decided he doesn't want to deal with it after a year and a half. Maybe he just didn't like it and he wants to just make more money in the private sector and not have to go through all the politics. And maybe it's not for him. But my guess is I would lean towards he does want to stick around in politics. Blackburn is a tool. All right. It's another example. Even though Bredesen, as popular Tennessee governor, couldn't win a Senate seat in his own state, just like Evan Bayh in Indiana, just like Tommy Thompson in Wisconsin, Steve Bullock, Montana. These governors that have tried to go into the Senate and it did not pan out. It did for Rick Scott. He pulled it off in a blue wave. That blue wave of 18, I know it was big in the House, but in the Senate, a lot of people might not remember that the Republicans in the blue wave gained seats in the Senate, which is really counterintuitive. Um, Biden has fallen off the horse. Yeah, you could say that. Who wins a hypothetical Vermont Senate seat, Bernie or Scott? That's been asked before. Somebody's asked me. It's possible it was you who asked me, but um, or I think it was, or maybe it was something similar. Who wins? Let's see, the Vermont Senate seat, Bernie versus. I think that's versus, not VP. I'm assuming. Oh no, versus P. Scott. Okay, I got you, Phil Scott. I would think Bernie would win that probably in the end because I mean it's Bernie, it's blue state. He's kind of a legend there. He is getting older, but I think Phil Scott could seriously cut into the margin. You're in the state of Florida. Some big things in this state this November, especially in your local politics. All right, sounds good. A lot of people moving to that state. The JD Vance may have actually heard his name in Ohio. To be honest, if he doesn't win VP, I think his seat actually is weaker. Where Ryan could be try flipping it when it's up again. I mean, if Tim, I guess that in some sense it would make sense for Tim Ryan to come back and try again. But in another sense, that just it looks pathetic for Tim Ryan to if he would come back again. I don't know. I always think it's not really. I could see it being pathetic when people try to run again shortly thereafter for another statewide office. We've seen it over and over. We're seeing it here again with Carrie Lake tonight, but we've seen it a number of times. Charlie Crist is probably the pinnacle example. Um, you made a playlist on your channel of 2024 Maryland Senate ads. I can find it on YouTube in order if you want to look at it. Might do more in the future. I mean, if I have some time, there's always a chance I can glance at something, but usually my time is usually pretty limited between the comments, the channel, videos, research, and everything outside of the channel. Of course, that takes up a lot of my time. It's hard for me to really go into some other things, but I could take a look at some of it at some point. I did an ad review, ad reaction today on that video. Haven't done one of those all year if you're into the ad reactions. Leahy wins. Yeah, it would have been interesting for Leahy to have run for another term. I mean, I like the streaks. And he had a huge streak. He got in there real young. That would have been kind of neat to see that streak continue for 9 or 10 terms. The 10-term Senate. That's like to see that at some point. You thought if Bernie became VP, yeah, the VP thing did throw me off too, but I figured it out. It was versus P. Scott, Phil Scott. Sanders is, yeah, he's slightly older than Biden, but he looks like he seems like he's 20 years younger than Biden. You got to go to sleep. Thanks for the stream. All right, Swinger. Sorry we didn't get any results here, but thanks for hanging out. Have a nice night. Maybe we'll see you on the next one. If Sanders retired and Phil Scott ran for the seat, who do you think could win? Well, he'd probably run against Becca Ballant, and I would think it would be close then at that point, but it's close enough to where I can't say I could see Ballant winning it. Okay. You don't understand how Bernie is so healthy for him being 82 and he's even older than Biden. He seems more healthier, even probably more than Trump. I think Trump's falling apart. Well, I mean, he did get shot. I don't know how I would, I maybe made before that, but at this point, I don't know how shook up I would be after getting shot. Even if shot at, but I didn't even get hit, but he got hit. That might change things. But yeah, I mean, Trump's not, this isn't 8 years ago. He's not at the top of his game, but compared to Biden, he looks, again, way, way younger and much more energy. But yeah, there's a few slip ups, but let's see. Marcy Kaptur for Senate. I would think she's probably a little bit too old to go for that. Strom, there you go. 100 years old in the Senate. Maricopa results expected soon. Sounds good. You think Wisconsin, Ohio Dems will verse those same candidates at least one more time after you could see someone else, but I think Dems usually try twice and go to another candidate like Texas and Georgia. Yeah, O'Rourke, he did the two offices. He did Senate, he did governor. Also had Mark Ronchetti / Ronchetti, however you really want to say it, in New Mexico. He did back-to-back runs statewide. He lost. Power Diva, thanks for doing this live. I was watching a different one and I couldn't take it anymore. Lots of delusion in the comments. This one is much better. Eighth. Sounds good. How delusional was it? Was it which side was it on and how bad was it? Tell us more. Usually I get a pretty good range of views here. At least most sides are represented some. Sometimes there's going to be a little bit more on one side than the other, but usually there's going to be enough different range of people in the comments. Lake and Masters win tonight. Lake is very likely. Masters, it seems like, probably has the edge, but we're not sure. Masters or Hamadeh considered the favorite. Is it 50-50? Well, the polling was close. I put up grabs. And also, we can't forget about Trent Franks here. Okay. You think Ayotte will win for governor in New Hampshire? Oh, here we go. Something popped. Gallego, uncontested. Angle against Siskamani. That's uncontested. All right, we've got some results. So we're in business here, but Ayotte for governor of New Hampshire, I think it's more likely she wins than not, but it's not overwhelming. It's too early. It's not convincing yet, but I would give her a bit of an edge if I had to pick. Um, Heavily favored. Wow, I think it's too early to say she's heavily favored. Dems have to do their primary. It's going to be an open seat. Plus Ayotte, even though she was in the Senate, she took a loss. Also in the Senate, she's going to be favored, but it's too early for me to say it's heavy. Your family is voting. Oh, let's see. Wait a minute. John Kerry is also a bit younger than Biden. It's a lot of people. Yeah, it's surprising how much older Biden is than a lot of people. Your family is voting Harris slash Ayotte. All right. It results just barely coming in. Nothing really hard yet, though. It's just uncontested races. You think Peter Welch will retire in 28? He'll be 81. I mean, he wanted to get in there when he was already in his mid 70s. Maybe he wants to go 2 terms, but I would think he would retire. Zuckerman, yeah, he was lieutenant governor, then he was out of it. Now he's back in it. I assume he's a candidate, but Becca Balint, though, right? That's seems to be she seems to be a likely candidate. Maricopa. Oh, look at this! There it is, popped right now. Boom, real time. Mark Lamb opens up. We've got some Pinell County in here. 60% in. Oh, there, look at this. Now it's flooding in. 45% in. Lake with the takes the lead. We've got Maricopa, 69 in. Gotta love 69% in. We've got Lake with a lead of 13% here in Maricopa. What else we got? We've got, wow, Shaw. Huge four-way battle here in the first district for Democrats. How about in the third? Ansari with the slight lead here over Tehran. And then in the eighth, let's look at this. Hamadeh has the lead over Masters. And look at Trent Franks. He's down here in fourth. Ben Toma? I don't even know who that is. Actually, I want to look real quick. Speaker. Oh, that's the Speaker of the House. Okay. Wow. So now all of a sudden there's way too much action. Let's go down here. Let's see what we've got. Siskamani. Only 6% in. He's up by 19. Okay, let's see. Okay, yep, Ruben Gallego wins. That's true. Orleans red slash has advantage for Republicans, but I do believe a lot of independents. Didn't come out much for Dems. There, and if they do, it's never near 100%. Okay. You're correct. It was Red Eagle Palace. Oh, okay. Red Eagle, how's he doing tonight? I don't know what he's up to. I assume the other people are streaming too, the main channels. Yep. Jimmy Carter for VP. Hey, it's not impossible. Hamadeh up. Yeah, we just saw that. Was likelihood advance is dumped from the ticket. I'd say 15% chance. Bentoma, huge rhino. Okay. I think I recall some news about Yeah, the speaker there. Some of these states I get crossed up, but all right, so he's not going to be a fan of the base, the Trump base, not going to be a big fan of him there. Let's see. Who do you think will win in the first district in Arizona in the general election? I mean, Schweikert held on last time, but maybe the trends are too much. Maybe he goes down. You know, if I had to pick now, I would say Schweikert has the slight edge, but, you know, again, this is a district that could be one that the Dems could flip and pick up. It's a possibility. It's very close, though. I guess I'll wait tomorrow because the numbers get flipped in the middle of the night. With these numbers, which numbers are going to get flipped? I haven't followed this one here either. Maricopa County Recorder. So if anybody's followed this one, let's see. Stephen Richer, or is that Ricker? I'm not even sure. Top elections official has angered much of the Republican base by saying Biden won. Okay, 2 Republicans are challenging him. So right now he is slightly trailing. We've got this race here. If you're looking for Eli Crane, freshman representative. Let's see. Let's pull up the 4th. Let's pull these all up. Greg Stanton, he's going to be the incumbent. Nobody's going to challenge him. He's likely to win in November anyway. I can't imagine Stanton going down unless it was a red tsunami. Okay, the 5th district, this is easy. Both uncontested. That's one we don't really have to pay any attention to. About the 7th, also. Super blue district, no need to pay attention to that one. And the 9th as well. Saves us a lot of time. A third of these districts we don't have to even look at. Let's see. Check Maricopa for the Senate race. I had that up there a couple minutes ago, but that hasn't changed. Still 69% in Maricopa. But Lamb is ahead here in Pinal. Nothing in Pima, but all right. Let's see. You forgot you saw your poll when I was asking about dinner of Virginia. I think it could line up somewhere to 2020, actually, with Harris in there. Before, no, I saw it slim, but now, okay, you mean the community poll tab, which way Virginia is going to swing? Yeah, that one's new today. It looks like the results so far were it's going to go toward the right by some margin over 1 point. And yeah, it was about 10 last time. And I could see it getting under 10 this time. Of course, it's just things are so crazy. I mean, it was in play before Biden dropped out. But again, all the same issues are still there with the country and a lot of dissatisfaction out there. And they could easily start to dominate again as the weeks go on. So I could see it getting down 9, 8, 7 points. It's all possible. If it's some kind of a big red wave, of course, it's going to get even lower. But yeah, I never thought Virginia was in play or going to flip. That I never thought. I thought it's just too early. I don't think Biden's going to be this weak for the next 4 months. So I didn't think it was going to actually get down to 1 or 2 points. So Lamb, leading in these 2 counties. Well, in Pinal, he was sheriff of Pinal County, so he's going to lead there. and they're in Graham County. Let's see. Where were we? You have a question? Are you going to do stream the 2024 election fully? If so, do you have a plan to stream it all? I always hate to give lack of specifics, but the plan would be to stream a ton of it. I mean, I don't know what time it would start, but you never know. I can never say what's going to happen. I could get sick that day. I could, you know, anything could happen. There could be power outage. Anything kind of crazy could happen. But if nothing crazy happens, I would like to get on there, stream a ton of it, and go on for a while. Of course, I might get tired. I might have something come up. I don't know. But the plan is to do a stream a ton. It also depends if I'm going to try to make a video and put that out for the next day. I don't know. We'll see, but at least want to do some nice streaming. I'd streamed the midterms 2 years ago. I streamed the elections in the 23 election about a year ago, almost a year ago. I did that stream. And this is the big one coming up. Let's go back down here and check this. It's your list of U.S. House races. Okay. Republicans win, someone tells the truth. Okay, I'm not sure what that's about. Trump still seems in a great spot to win. This is in 2004. Yeah, again, if the polls are underestimating Trump at all, I mean, that, which they did the last two times in most states, then he would be ahead by, 1, 2, maybe more points. Because we've never seen Trump leading nationally and in many of these states before. In 2020, he was down a ton of it. And people were banking on the polls being off by 5 or more points. They were off, but just barely not enough for him to come out on top of the Electoral College. Okay, how old is Sherrod Brown? Do you think he will run in 2030? I think he is 72 this year. I think he turns 72 this year. Let's see. Will he run in 2030? He could. I'd say that's probably a little bit more likely than not. But he could easily say no. He wants to retire, have more time with his family, that whole routine. Arizona is well on its way to being a blue state. It certainly has that trajectory. Lamb is sheriff in Pinal County, right? That's mentioned that. That's why he's leading there. Or that's probably a big factor as to why he's leading. Polling had, as is Wisconsin, going red. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it could. Is it going to get super red? I don't know. Is it going to be reliably red? Maybe like North Carolina, where Republicans are winning, 1 to 4 points in a lot of races? Maybe. You gotta say you love how people respect each other and their views. You mean in the channel here, in the chat? Or you just mean in general? The polling had Lake at 50, so pretty good. I would join that stream. It sounds fun. The general election stream? Yeah, come on by for that. That should be the big one. I streamed 2 years ago for the midterms. Not many people showed up for that one. Unfortunately, didn't have the channel going super strong then. Hopefully it gets a lot stronger than it is now. Hopefully we'll get to 4 or 5, 10,000 subscribers. Always like and subscribe if you haven't done so. Any memberships or donations, that's all greatly appreciated also to support the channel, keep it going. As for me, election night, I'm throwing a huge Trump party. All right. So you're gonna have some well-done steaks with ketchup and McDonald's? As if the kind of sure Trump would approve of that. approve of that menu, but no, I get what you're saying. Probably a lot of people are gonna do the parties. Remember in 16, the big Hillary party at the Javits Center, the whole thing with the glass ceiling, parties all over the place, people dressed up, and that did not pan out. Somehow the Trump crowd just absolutely was so jubilant. All right, AZ, yeah, let's do that. Let's see what's going on in the 8th. There it is. Hamadeh is up. He's got about a 5-point lead here. 6 points over Masters. 2/3 of the vote in. In the 6th here, it's 20-point lead, 21 points for Siskamani. Not a surprise. In the 4th, not a big deal there. That's pretty much going to go blue. In this 3rd district here, Ansari over Tehran. I haven't followed this closely, but Ansari has the bit of a lead here. Super chat here. That is international currency, but Will, thanks for the is that pounds? I'm not even totally sure what that is, but hey, a little bit of support for the channel. Get things going. Appreciate that. And as long as everybody's enjoying the stream, that's pounds, yeah. Well, hey, thanks. Maybe that'll start a trend. Maybe it'll start flooding in now. But anybody that gives a little bit extra, that's always it's a little bit more special, when you actually back it up with something like that. Let's see. Now, where was I? You got a college class schedule on election day. Right when the polls close, so I'm going to miss a lot of the results. Sorry to hear that. General election stream, okay. You watched the midterm stream. You mean after the fact, or were you there live? There wasn't that many people there. I sat there for hours. I called that whole election, pretty much. I got tired there. I started losing it. All right, it's called for Eli Crane in the 2nd district. Let's go back here, and it's Schweikert wins as expected in the 1st. And nothing updated here in the Senate. Okay, looks like Carrie Lake is the winner. Well, it probably hasn't been called yet here. You sent the message, and they actually called it. Where is it? Is it called on? It's not called here. That's the issue. Let me refresh. Still not called here. With Lake winning, Arizona leading D. I've had it there as well for a while. It's going to be competitive, but Gallego should have an advantage. He used to be like running as a progressive, but then it seems like he kind of just threw that out the window. Breaking Iran says top Hamas leader was killed. Ismaili, okay. That's yeah, I know it's a big deal over there. Hey, look at that. The trend has continued. We got Memes Lord chiming in with a quick super chat. Thanks a lot. Appreciate that. Any upsets yet? Not yet. Potentially in the 8th here with Abe Hamadeh, maybe taking out Masters if everything holds. But there's not a whole lot of races here to look at yet. Maybe also here in this Maricopa County recorder, if this incumbent is going to be taken down. He's trailing by a couple of points here. But so far, no obvious upsets. But again, I appreciate the support for the channel. Um, Trendsetter, yeah, look at that. And whoever first gets it going with a super chat, that's that that matters. You think you were there live? Oh man, that'd be great. I could go back and see who was in the chat then. There was some gaps there with nobody, but yeah, that was an interesting stream. NBC called it for Lake. Okay, well, good for NBC, and it's still not called here. But a couple of quick donations for the channel. I'd love to see it. Trying to expand the channel, we're up to over 3,600 subs now. Got to get that up to 37, 38, 4,000. Be nice to get to 5 and then 10,000. Really get it up there. Try to expand, do other things. It's hard to really expand when I'm mostly just doing this kind of on the side, spare time. But it'd be fun to do regular streams more often. If there's enough people, enough demand, it takes a lot of time and to sit on here and do all this. Amade and Masters might both end up losing. I guess so. I guess Ben Toma, the Speaker of the House, could take them both out, but the results have kind of stalled here. Still at 69 here in Maricopa. Let's see. 26th midterm will be interesting. I don't know about the House, but I think the Democrats have a big opening for 26. They got a lot of states close in 20 and have Maine if Collins doesn't run again. Yeah, I mean, it's always fun to speculate ahead a little bit, but I have no idea. I mean, Collins, it looked like she was going down last time, and then she won pretty comfortably. But she's getting up there. She could retire. If she does retire, yeah, I guess it could be a decent opportunity for the Dems. Also, well, Angus King, he's running this year, but he's pretty up there himself. He's going to have to retire at some point, and then again, probably should go toward the Dems, but you never know. And maybe Paul LePage will run for the Senate. I don't think he'd win, but Moonboy Mark Kelly was out here in Las Vegas campaigning with Rosen. Moonboy, haven't heard that one. But yeah, Mark Kelly, the astronaut, campaigning with Rosen. Maybe Toma could make an upset. I suppose so. See anything else? Nope. Looks like everything's kind of just stalled here. Gonna head out at 11:45. Thanks for the unbiased coverage. Well, appreciate you stopping by as always. And if you're heading out shortly, have a great night. Can't do the stream without people showing up. It's a group effort. Hoping Masters loses because I think it'd be funny if he's 0 for 2. Yeah, that taking 2 losses in a row is plenty of people have done it. He wouldn't be the first. He's not going to be the last. But if he doesn't even get through a primary, then that's kind of a step backwards. Republican recorder seems to be close. Will be interesting. Yeah, a recount. Yep. Yeah, I had that up here. Let's see. Any update? Nah, still there. One of the next primaries? Well, I've brought that up a couple times. We got Tennessee coming up here in 2 days. So that's right around the corner. And then next Tuesday, we've got Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, and Washington. So a lot of action coming up here in August. 26 is a very neutral map for either party. No more than 3 net seats will flip. It's so hard to know what kind of national environment it's going to be. I always say that even this year. We don't know what it's going to be. We're in late July. You think Texas could potentially go blue with Harris? Not really. I would say that that's too unreasonable for me. I think it could get down to in a blue wave. I think it could get down to low single digits if everything lined up. But that's as of right now. I don't think it would flip. You live streaming any of these? Not Tennessee. That's not happening. I would plan to do next Tuesday. I want to do at least one, maybe two of these, the 13th, and then there's the 20th. The plan would be to try to do one or two more of these, but I can't say. I can't commit to it. I don't want to say I'm going to do it and then I don't do it. Midterms, depending, I think Jared Golden, can't forget about him. If he runs again in 2060, the Dems will try to get him out because he wouldn't mind a Trump presidency. Yeah, he did make that statement. I already turned in my Michigan absentee ballot. Already? I didn't know. There might be. I think that's a little early. Let's see. 26 GOP possible pickups. Let's see. Gold, Georgia, silver, Minnesota, Michigan, bronze, New Mexico, Dem possible pickups, Maine and North Carolina. Yeah, I know. Yeah, North Carolina is definitely a possibility there for the Dems. Yeah, Minnesota. I don't know that. With Tina Smith, that could get closer, but probably not. And Michigan, Gary Peters, I don't know. It's gonna be tough to imagine him going down either. And Golden will win a Senate race. Maine too is so influential. Yeah, that's true. It's Golden going for Senate. That would be interesting stuff. If you do next Tuesday, you shall be back. Yeah, well, yeah. Hopefully, we'll see you back there. I'm gonna try to do it, but again, it'll be on the community tab, or there'll be a tweet about it out. It might be only the day before the notice, when the notice comes out, but that's the plan. But again, it's not guaranteed. I'm not promising it. For now, it's 4:30 a.m. Wow, yeah, that's. Hey, I appreciate the determination sitting here on the channel. So, oh, you're good. Yeah, have a great night. Thanks for all the comments and the super chat. Tina Smith underperformed Biden by 2. Biden Peters did by 1. Okay. Yeah, that was Tina Smith. That was the Jason Lewis race, right? I think he did pretty decent, but yeah, it ultimately he obviously Smith won. You can imagine Tillis getting primaried. Oh yeah, you also got to think about primaries. Let's go back up here real quick. Nothing updated in the 8th, and if NBC called it for Lake, I don't know why New York Times is kind of frozen. Oh yeah, Robinson. He could run for Senate. Ooh, that'd be one of those kind of semi-pathetic moves. If Robinson loses for governor, then to come right back and try to run for the Senate. I don't know. Peters would be the GOP's best bet to win a Senate race in Michigan, but it's still a long shot. Alyssa Slotkin will win her primary next week, then defeat Mike Rogers. I think she's more likely to win. That's true. Uh, Maybe Rogers. I mean, the polling there has been, I guess, close, but of course, Slotkin has the consistent lead, but it's narrower than Pennsylvania. It's narrower than Wisconsin. Tillis is too strong, and Robinson should be able to squeak by Josh Stein. All right, fair enough. You got to go. Please make a recap of the month's primaries. Of the month? I try to recap what happens after each day. I'm going to try to recap this if I'm able to, but of the whole month. That's, I don't normally do a month recap. There's a little bit more results coming in. And I'm going to take a quick 1 minute break first. Let me get to this last comment. You think Iowa could be in play in 26 with Ernst? She got close with Teresa Greenfield. And if Peltola runs for Senate, could make Alaska competitive. I guess, yeah, Peltola would make it more competitive against Dan Sullivan. Probably not be able to flip it, but that's no guarantee. In Ernst, I would guess Ernst would be able to hold on. She'll be a two-term incumbent at that point, going for 3. And Iowa has kind of slipped away from the Dems. What percent of Mark Lamb voters do you think will vote for Kari Lake? Probably obvious most of a lot of them. Unless it's real bad blood and they really despise her, I would think most of the times people come home to vote for their party. Obviously, there's a few people that are stubborn and they don't, but for the most part, people who lost a primary eventually, like Nikki Haley endorsing Trump, she comes back around. Slotkin is popular. She's also reminds me a lot of young Stabenow that works in her favor. Yet she seems to have the right characteristics and the right personality to be able to win that race. But if the national environment starts going red, then of course I would say Rogers is back in this thing. Lamb is more moderate and more swallowable than Lake. Yeah, I would agree that that's how it's characterized. Murkowski is also more vulnerable Republican as well. She could go as anything with her career. Mitch may not save her next time around. Yeah, ranked choice voting. That could be another thing. I heard that the signatures might not be verified to put the repeal on the ballot. Let's see. Plus, Iowa doesn't really have any more big Democrats anymore. No more Dem. They have Rob Sand, the state auditor. That's a statewide office. I think that's their best bet. Otherwise, they're going to have to bring back up somebody that had previously run. And I'm going to take a quick 1 minute break. Be right back. All right, so where were we? Mitch is gone by 28. Murkowski is very popular. Ranked choice promotes moderatism. Yeah, I would be stunned if McConnell tried to come around for another term. If ranked choice stays, she wins. If it's gone, it will hurt Republicans badly. Yeah, a lot of interesting dynamics in some of these states. Some states banning ranked choice, some states trying it out. And I don't know why we're still waiting on a call here for Senate. Let's go back to the 8th. Yeah, nothing's really updated here. Okay, it's called for Siscomani. which is not a surprise. So everything's kind of stalled out. Well, a little bit of a trickle in there. And it looks like Maricopa is pretty much lining up with the results so far, 53 to 40. Pretty close. Yeah, is the repeal confirmed? I read last week that there was some challenge where the signatures might not be verified or challenged, and it could get delayed. I heard something. So I need some current information if it's definitely going to be on the ballot or if that's in jeopardy. McConnell declined for Senate. Yeah, that's probably that could be Daniel Cameron. It could be Thomas Massey. I don't know if Andy Bashir would run for that. I would think that he could pull Phil Bredesen, Evan Bayh, all that stuff, and try to go for it. Steve Bullock, Tommy Thompson, but probably would lose. I would say he'd be likely to lose. Now you might see early polling if it's somehow Bashir. You might see him, uh, his name get tested in that open seat. You could see him with some like year in advance polling with some lead, sort of like Larry Hogan in Maryland or Charlie Baker against Elizabeth Warren. Way far out, you might see the person that's popular with the high name ID have an advantage, even in a state that does not line up with them politically. Yeah, let's. I want to. Because I was reading last week about the ranked choice voting being something legally challenged, something about that. Let's see. You gotta go, Sir Flamelot. All right, thanks a lot. Thanks for showing up. Appreciate it again. Have a nice night. Or Bashir gets chosen for VP is the possibility too. If yeah, it won't make a difference. Yeah, Bashir. I tend to think he's not going to be picked. I think he should stay there as governor because he's going to have to come out and start going after Trump, after JD Vance. I already saw it a little bit, and I don't know if that necessarily suits him as this kind of attack dog, especially when his state would love Vance or Trump. So it might be a little weird for him to be coming out and going after the opposing party. It'd be kind of like Larry Hogan just going after Harrison Biden the whole time. I don't think that's going to be helpful for those voters. And maybe in the swing states, of course, that's where the election is won. Maybe that helps, Bucks County. Maybe that's where it's going to work. Harris is doing a rally with Shapiro next week. Is that a sign? Yeah, it's a strong possibility. I mean, there's always a buzz around the VP. I mean, remember when Romney picked Paul Ryan in 12 years ago? He picked Paul Ryan, who was just in the U.S. House from Wisconsin. He introduced him in Virginia. That was supposed to be where he's making a play for Virginia. They had the big rally in Virginia. There might have been a battleship there. And he didn't win his home state of Wisconsin. And he did not win Virginia. It's just, there's a buzz at the time, but when it comes time to vote, it might not matter. Of course, John Edwards in '04 for John Kerry, he didn't win North Carolina. I don't know why this is pretty much stalled out here. Let's see. Nothing really updated here. But it's all good. We're just hanging out, having a nice stream. So right now, Hamadeh looks like he has the lead. Maybe Trump putting out this endorsement, co-endorsement for Blake Masters. Maybe it was too late, and Hamadeh is gonna pull it out. Let's see any updates. Let's see. Let's go down here. Let's look at the down ballot stuff. Here we go. County supervisor. This incumbent here is trailing big time. I'm not sure which of these seats are relevant. It's a little bit too local for me to get way into. But the county board there, that's still controlled by Republicans. Let's see. I thought it was. Let me double check on this real quick. And yeah, it is. 4-1, still controlled by the GOP. So let's see. Lake 2024. Well, she's gonna go up against Gallego. She could win it, but it's not likely. It's more likely she's gonna lose, but it could happen. Again, if there's some hidden Trump vote and a late surge, then she definitely could win that seat. You gotta think Paul Ryan wasn't a statewide president. Yeah, I always mention that you should pick somebody who's at least one statewide. Never ran for governor or senate. Even Scott Walker went in a few elections and lost. Don't think Ryan had much people who knew him. I don't think the Paul Ryan was. I think I get what Romney was going for. He's going for the guy from a potentially competitive state who's been in office for a while. He's younger. It just didn't go anywhere. Ryan just was unlikable. He was Speaker of the House, but he was unlikable. And yeah, it's not a great pick. Yeah, Scott Walker had the county executive for his couple of governor wins. Let's see. All are competitive except 5. Okay. Yeah, that one, at least in this primary, is uncontested. And Debbie Lesko, she's making that move to the county board position. Man, the results came in real late, and then they poured in, and then they've pretty much dried up. Stewart is awesome. Which Stewart here? Is this okay? Not sure what their first name is or the dynamics there, but I'll take your word for it. Why are these all uncontested? Corporation commissioner, all of them uncontested. I don't know why. Maybe it makes sense. How about sheriff of Maricopa? Looks like this Democrat here in Maricopa The incumbent is trailing. That could be something. Okay, now it's called for Lake. We've got it here with 66% in. There's 60% in, and there's 69 in still in Maricopa. Lake with a 12 to 13 point lead over Mark Lamb. And it's called, so we already knew, we already expected her to go up against Gallego, and now that's confirmed. And now we've been at 3 hours on the stream. 3 hours. And most of that time we've had no results, but we've hit 3 hours for one state. So now we're waiting on the first here. We're waiting on the third. We're waiting on the eighth. And the fourth, actually. But this race is not really going to be that competitive. Okay. You read it all? It says that the appeal, how they did left out for everyone that could do it multiple signatures at a time. This caused the courts to disqualify certain. Oh, yeah, about Alaska and the ranked choice. So, what's the status? Is the status. Okay, let's see the bottom here. The court needs to see if enough signatures are still there. If not, a huge Alaska Supreme Court appeal will happen. A good chance it does. The head ranked choice voting person is fighting hard. Means very independent state will determine the future of their elections again before it starts. So there is some stuff going on there then. Glad I brought it up. I did a video on that a few months ago about ranked choice in Alaska, but so yeah, something crazy happening there. I know everybody's gonna be it's neat to always see referendums, but so many times with referendums, there's so many court battles where one side wants to not see it get on the ballot. They'll do everything to challenge the signatures. Usually it gets pretty ugly. All right, Mark Stewart now. He's your city council. He helped out a ton. The corporation commission has 3 seats open, and each party is only running 3 people. Okay. So Mark Stewart, he helped your city grow. All right. Let's see. LD 17, Justine Wadsack is going to lose to Vince Leach. I assume that's legislative district, or maybe not. That's my guess. Leach is original incumbent who lost his seat to Justine. Looks like he's reclaimed it. I could go down here. Let's see. No, not the 17th in the House. Anything in the Senate? Yeah, here it is. It's in the Senate. Right there. Okay, you think Blake Masters is done for? He needs a pretty big vote climb to get to Hamadeh, but if Masters loses, you think this will be the last time for a while you see Masters? Yeah, I would have to think if he goes down to the House from the Senate and doesn't even win a primary, I mean, where do you go from there? You're gonna have to try something else. Sit it out for a while, maybe a golden opportunity opens up. But basically, yeah, I would expect Masters. Where can you go from there? I mean, Hamadeh took a loss statewide, and he's coming back for a lower office. It just goes to show I had the poll in the chat who's going to win this district here. Masters was at like 80 something percent. And as of now, he's going down, but it's still some time. That is the best you understood it. The article says it's complicated and need to quickly do it quickly with the coming month before September 3rd. It will not even be on the ballot with those appeals. Yeah, so it looked like it was going to be on the ballot for sure. Now it looks like it might not be on the ballot. So stay tuned on that ranked choice voting in Alaska. Yep, Senate LD17, gotcha, found it. Alaska Supreme Court is really trying to fast track. Oh, trying really fast this month to determine the results. Also, did something happen in Utah for gerrymandering this month? I think I posted that on the community tab. The Supreme Court, I think, ruled that they're gonna something where they are gonna take another look at it. That something was violated. The maps are not struck down, but they're going to go back and relook at it and see if the anti-gerrymandering has been violated. Something in that direction. Maybe Mitt Romney or someone who's moved to different states tried to get a win. Oh, is that about Masters? Yeah, he could always move to another state where it's going to be more favorable. I mean, if he wants to look at a different state, speaking of Mitt, I think Masters could have a spot in Utah. Yeah, he probably could. And let's see. 36 people. We're down to 36. Had a good chat so far. It's gotten a little quiet. It's getting late though for some people. It's also getting late for me as well. Like to try to as we have Jeff Zink is gonna be the nominee in the 3rd congressional district. This is the Ruben Gallego district who is running for the Senate. So the Democrat is likely to win in November. And it's waiting on, I guess we're waiting on some final results. I mean, this could take a while. So I don't know how long we can wait for it, but we're trying. We're going to see what happens. And in the meantime, trying to keep up with all the questions, the comments. It's quieted down a little bit here, but maybe Blake Masters watch your stream and see your message and consider that. Yeah. They've already got a Blake in Utah, Blake Moore, right? So, how about that? Let's see. Again, the upcoming schedule. I mean, we've looked at this several times, but got to fill the time here. We've got Tennessee in a couple of days. I wish they just did it on Tuesday. That would have made a lot more sense. And then we've got Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Washington next week. And then later on, there's some more states on the 13th and the convention. Hawaii is also on the 10th. Not that there's really much to take a look at there. Yeah. Yeah, Blake Moore. Let's see. We got it. Nothing's really going on here. This could take a long time. August 6th, mess of a primary. All those states. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try to get up to speed on some of these races, like we were talking earlier about Kansas in the second district. But there's some good states here with some good action. Washington with the top two primary. That's always interesting. Missouri, though, that governor, it's been surprisingly competitive. Somehow Ashcroft hasn't run away with it. I guess sometimes your name doesn't automatically give you a free pass. But I'm sure we've got a bunch of people lurking in the chat, just hanging out in the background. That always works. But feel free to chime in if you'd like. But yeah, just one state here. So it's always a little quieter with one state. There's some action here, but not a ton. It was still surprising to see David Trone lose in Maryland to Alsa Brooks by such a wide margin. Let's see. Washington has some important House districts. Same with Michigan. Either party needs. Yeah, there's going to be those down ballot races. That's yeah. I mean, it's definitely important, but I can't say which ones matter. Let's see. Am I able to see city councils not on here if it's not on New York Times? We've got the board of supervisors. That's all they've got here. County attorney, sheriff. Poll just dropped. Oregon, Harris 49, Trump 44. Is that? Let's see if we can find it. It's not on 538 or Real Clear Politics yet. Let's see. Yeah, it's not on here yet, but 5 points. That is much more narrow than I'd expect. That's probably, I would guess, an outlier. And considering we've been seeing Harris doing better in the polling, I can't imagine why it would be that narrow if that's what it is. What's the pollster on that? Is that an internal poll, maybe, possibly from the Trump campaign? Let's see. Trump endorsed Joe Kent. Did he? I know he did last time. Did he just recently endorse Kent? Or is that just from a long time ago and I forgot about it? I would think since he did it last time, he would do it this time. Utah case they're trying to resolve by 26. Three ways it can go. Go back to the same judge, send it to the Utah Supreme Court. That judge could also try again to make a more partisan map. Yeah, I know there's going to be a bunch of steps in between, just like in New York where they tried to redraw it and it keeps going through the courts over and over and over. And it's all a mess in all these different states. Yeah, Oregon poll, Oregon, let's see, Hoffman Research. Okay, I'm assuming it'll come up at some point here on 538 or Real Clear Politics. Yeah, Trump endorsed Kent. Okay, that must be recent, which it doesn't surprise me. I mean, Kent was super close last time, and I'm assuming he could secure a spot in the top two primary. But I know he does have competition there. I'm assuming Dave Reichert is going to secure another spot against Ferguson for governor. I know some people have mentioned Byrd gaining ground over Reichert, but I seems unlikely. I was surprised Kent actually went down. I mean, I, I know that you think that the district doesn't always carry over the top. It is a red leaning district. You could maybe you could pin it all on abortion if it wasn't for that. Again, Democrats would have to love the abortion ruling because if they didn't get that, presumably they would have lost a little bit more in 22, maybe a lot more. So sometimes it's better to play from behind. You're more motivated, you have more success. So we've got still very slow counting here. But we do know that it's going to be Schweikert, and we don't know who he's going to face. Let's see. Anything down here? Nope, nothing updated. Um, all right. It's always a ominous sign when a couple minutes goes by and nobody's saying anything. Either the internet connection has dropped, or it just got super late, or it got super boring. All right. Let's see. Never heard of a Hoffman. I looked up previous polls. I don't think they're accurate. I saw old polls from them. They seem to be in Oregon. Yeah, I know. What was the sample size? What was the breakdown on the partisan aspect? It's crazy though. Yeah, I mean, 5 points in a blue state. I'm not really gonna buy that. Let's see. Is there anyone talking about why nothing is coming in? Not here. You feel free to look it up. I'm gonna keep it here. I'm guessing. I don't actually. There could be an issue. I don't know. I don't want to speculate too much. Primal B. Do you think polling will ever reflect Trump versus Harris somewhat accurately? If so, how many days/weeks do you think? Well, I don't really know for sure. Nobody does. That's the thing. Keep in mind, nobody does. If anybody says, "Here's what's going to happen," don't don't listen to them. They're just trying to be confident and advocate for either one side or for themselves. But I would say give it at least another, probably after the convention. That's the thing. I would say maybe a couple more weeks, but then the convention for the DNC is going to come up. That could delay it a little bit. So I'm going to say after Labor Day. Wait till after Labor Day. See what what happens over the next about 5 weeks? Does Harris have this enthusiasm behind her and she's tied or leading in the swing states by 1, 2, 3 points for the next 5 weeks in the aggregate polling? Then there's two possibilities. Either she actually has that lead, or there's going to be a segment of the electorate that's not being picked up by the polling. We've seen that before with Trump. And if Trump is ever trailing, the base is going to fall back on that. And it's not a bad thing to fall back on because it's been true twice. And when Biden was trailing, the Dems, they had excuses for the polling as well. The only problem is, Biden was overestimated in 2020. So it's give it some time. There's things coming up. Let's let the campaigns take shape. People are still enjoying their summers. School is going to be starting back up. Let's let all this happen. People let everybody digest it. And we'll see if the polling significantly changes or even moderately. But I would probably even still wait until October, until I start feeling like, okay, given everything that's happened in this election, I'm going to wait till October until I can start really piecing it together. I want to see what happens with the economy. I want to see what executive orders Biden puts out. Maybe there's other big stories that come up. I mean, nobody was going to predict this last month. That's for sure. All right. But a few days before the 22 midterms, they had Tina Kotek losing by 3. Is that Hoffman poster? It looked like Kotek was going to lose. I even had that. My final prediction was I had that going to Tilt R, and that was the one, if I was going to change anything, that was the one I wanted to change the most, because I think a poll dropped like the day of the election, and I think in Emerson maybe, a day or the day of or a day before the election, I think, right after I made my video, and I would have put that back as Tilt D if I could have. It was the late breakers or whatever you want to call it. They really ended up coming back home to Kotek away from Betsy Johnson, and Drazen ended up coming up short by a narrow margin, but she came up short. Polling has been quite mixed recently, even though margins have been mostly close. There is some mixed polling. It's fun to take a look at it, but it doesn't really matter until we start getting way into it, especially all the changes. We gotta wait till after the conventions. We gotta wait till after Labor Day, and probably into October at this point. Sometimes there's a lot of volatility in the polling in the final 1, 2, or 3 weeks. Ohio has been gerrymandered. The gerrymandering on the ballot. Right. If that place is a commission of many different people and party, people will create new seats. If does, new seats will happen before midterms. Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly the timeline on that, but I assume that, let's see, you're saying that is huge since if it fails, new maps in Ohio could be 2030. I mean, Dems had a good midterm there. They picked up some seats, and it's a fairly red state, but maybe they get another seat out of it. But yeah, Ohio, it's always weird just looking at each state, seeing what they're doing with gerrymandering, and if there's a ballot initiative allowed, or a referendum, or something in the Constitution, an independent commission. The same poll, Hoffman had Kate Brown in 18 for the governor, losing by 3 points too. And they were the last poll to come out. Okay, yeah, if their final poll had Brown losing by 3, yeah, that's not going to be a good poll. I mean, it wasn't a total landslide for Brown, but it's going to be off. Okay, Red Legion going to be a late night. Yeah, that's true. It's already pretty late. I don't know if some other sites have more current results than this, but this is a little pathetic at this point. It poured in and then it completely dried up. Congrats on nearing 4K. Thanks a lot, but I mean, we still got a few hundred to go. So, and it's been slow going. I mean, with over 1,000 videos and almost 2.5 years of content, yeah, I'd like to think we'd be past 4 and 5K at this point. Yeah, there's some channels that have been going way less, have way less videos, and they have way more. I don't really try to often look at them, but once in a while you see something. Your prediction, do you think Trump will end up debating Harris, or do you think him and Vance will chicken out? If they do, will that hurt them? If they do, I think it will hurt them, and I don't think they will chicken out. I think they will debate, or Vance would debate whoever Harris picks. But they should debate, and I mean, Trump should be psyched. He should say, "Hey, last time he debated, he knocked out the candidate." He could say that. And since then, he could say he's taken a bullet. He's got a lot of lines he could say if he wants to. And if he doesn't, yeah, that would look bad. But then again, look at Katie Hobbs did not debate Carrie Lake, and somehow it didn't really matter. Twitter is sad saying Masters lost. Not sure if that's good. Source? Probably not a good source, but if people are looking at this, it looks like he lost. But at the same time, who would be into Masters and say they don't want Hamadeh? I would think that they're going to be fine, I would think. Not seeing anything on social media, so strange. You think a heavy amount of the 60% we got was a huge dump or mail-ins? Have you been looking at the mail-in results? I have not been looking at the mail-in results. That is something worth taking a look at. I have not done so. I'm not going to lie about it. But even so, it's been very slow here. I was hoping to have this mostly wrapped up here about 3.5 hours in, and that's where we're at now, 3.5. So, we'll ride it for a little while longer. Still got 24 people, so it's dwindling. The number of people is dwindling down, but the other channels streaming, I'm not sure what everybody's up to. Should have been more specific. Election Tube, Elect Bros on Twitter all sad about Masters. Decision Desk has not called AZ8. Maybe, again, the late endorsement of Trump, co-endorsement for Masters, could be a factor here. If he just put this out, what is this? Is this yesterday? that might be too late. And also at the same time, I want to take a second here to say I really would like to see a runoff because I don't want to see somebody becoming the nominee with 29% of the vote. I hate to see that. I could be ranked choice voting in this partisan primary. It could be a later runoff just between those two. Let them get their campaigns going and focus just on them and redo it in a few weeks. That'd be fine too. But I don't really like seeing somebody become a nominee with 30% of the vote. But that's just me. Maybe it's fine. Maybe some people enjoy it. An interesting election. Nebraska Senate with Deb Fisher and Dan Osborne. There have been a few polls definitely weird. I saw those polls. The one from Osborne had him, I think, ahead or right there, and the one from Fisher had her with like a double-digit lead. I think the question wording was a little bit different the way they phrased it, but I did see those, and they're totally at odds with each other. My guess again is it's Nebraska. It's gonna go red under most circumstances. I get it. Osborne is the independent. I thought he did not even want the endorsement of the Democrats or something like that, which seemed odd. I thought he was trying to court them and win, but I thought he declined their endorsement, something like that. But again, I think in the end, even if Osborne looks competitive now, wait till late October. I'm guessing Fisher should win that by a safe margin. But hey, I'm open to things changing. You did not know there was any election today. Well, hey, I like the honesty. But here you are. You're getting all the coverage right here. Runoffs in Arizona don't happen. Recounts happen if they are less than 0.5% difference. Happened a lot in 22, mainly giving our gains. Yeah, it sounds like that's probably right. I can't. So there was a lot of recounts in Arizona. A lot of okay. The Siscomani race I know was very narrow, and the Schweikert race was very narrow. Let's see. So this is really kind of slowed down to a crawl. Let's see, not just Democrats. Osborne threw out even other parties like libertarians. But problem is there's legal marijuana party now. It's seeming Osborne seems more democratic. I think it would hurt him in a way. Okay, all right. So yeah, he declined every other party endorsement or whatever he did. Yeah, I haven't paid a ton of attention to that race, but yeah, I mean that's Nebraska. It's hard to think it's going to be the Republican going down in there. That'd be a big shock if it was even super close. I mean, I go back to the Pat Roberts race in 18 against Greg Orman, and it looked like Orman was the independent. He was going to maybe make it flip or be competitive. And then the polling right before the election pretty much lined up, and Roberts won that comfortably. Let's see. Governor AG, and oh yeah, I do remember there was, I think AG was pretty close now that you mention it. And your legislative district got recounts too. Okay, cool. Okay, so I don't know how long we're gonna go here because this is basically stalled out. I know some people are probably getting impatient. I'm impatient myself. It's getting late. People have got to get up for the next day. We're down to 19 viewers, so it is kind of dwindling down here. I mean, apologies on the lack of action. Trying to keep it lively, but there's only so much you can do here. You like runoffs, but sometimes you don't understand. Some are reasonable, and some are just where the first candidate gets a majority of the margins and still goes runoff. Yeah, if somebody gets a majority, I would not want them to go to runoff. That would be weird if you get 50, 60% and then you still have to go to a runoff. Uh, New Hampshire, Emerson, Harris 50, Trump 46. Um, okay, let's quickly, I'll come back to that. Let's go down here to the Maricopa recorder. It's still not updated. I'll refresh just in case. 61% in. It still has the incumbent trailing by about 2.5 points. So nothing's been updated here. This says 40 minutes ago. So it is disappointing, but let's see. All right, so it's a new Emerson poll. Is that we did talk about that? We did talk about this earlier. Let's see, anything new here? Not really. But yeah, Emerson, Harris up 4. Is that good for Harris? Is that bad for Harris? I don't know. I tend to think it's not worth thinking about that much given the amount of things that have changed again in the past week, 2 weeks. Let's let the dust settle. Here's your county supervisor races again. And nothing's really updated. This could take hours. It could take, I don't know, but it's really uneventful. It kind of boring, actually. I mean, I like it where the stuff comes in consistently. I don't like it where there's nothing, a huge dump, and then nothing. Evan McMullen surprised. Yeah, a little more red than Nebraska. I mean, we still see Osborne getting maybe a Bob Carey margin. There's a name. Yeah, I mean, I don't, I needed a refresher on that exact margin. I can't recall what the top of that is off the top of my head from 12, but um, yeah, I mean, there's always high hopes. You know, Larry Hogan, Maryland, all these things. I tend to think they're not going to happen. I'm going to give the partisan lean of the state the benefit of the doubt in most of the Senate races. Doesn't mean they can't get more narrow, but as far as becoming competitive, I can't go with it until I see a lot of evidence. Okay, Senior Scoops, you're taking off. Hey, thanks for being a part of this one. Sorry there's not more action, but we'll see you on the next stream. Might be next week, maybe not, but hopefully. But hopefully everybody's having a great night here. So it's July is pretty much over. One more day left. 7 months down. The year's going by quick. Remember at the beginning, we're talking about Iowa and the Iowa caucus. Been following this whole thing for more than 2 years. And a little bit of a vote dump there. Very small. Bob Kerry got 42.2. Hmm. Yeah, that's not that close, but yeah, Kerry, he was a he had his weight has some name there in that state, or at least back then. Didn't really go anywhere though. 42%. I mean, how much of a victory is that? Is that the moral victory? I don't know. You thought July having no primary would be much slower. Oh yeah, this was the biggest month ever, really. And then the debate was still in June, but the very end. It's always nice. There's some people in here chatting the whole time to keep it from being totally silent for just 20 minutes at a time. Wish there could be an update here. Whoever predicted Abe Hamaday in the chat poll, there was only, I think, two people. You might be right. 29.8%. Every week in this election cycle feel like it's an October surprise. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. I don't even want to know what an October surprise is going to be if in July we're getting this. And it feels like the debate feels like that was a couple of 2 or 3 months ago at this point, but it was only just over 1 month. Let's see. Let's get on here. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Harris issues debate challenge in battleground Georgia during a boisterous rally. She challenged Trump to keep his previous commitment to debate in September. Yeah, I would think he should do that. It's hard to imagine he would not do that. Although, at the same time, it's a different candidate. Maybe you want to have a different schedule. Okay, we got a 10,000 rally. Uh, okay, she's got the celebrity behind her. Okay, Ruben Gallego has led by Kerry Lake by mid-single digits most surveys. Republicans could take back control even if Lake doesn't win. It's unclear how hard they will go to bat for her in the fall, with more tantalizing targets on board. The NRSC has spent money in advertising for her so far. Okay. We could be in for a late night in Arizona's first, where the top three candidates are separated by less than 4. Okay. Doesn't explain why it's taken so long. Lots of excitement at Kerry Lake's watch party. Okay. We're expecting results to start trickling in any minute. The first batch of early voting from before this week, followed by election day ballots. All right, so there's a little bit of an answer right there. Okay, and then this is what people have mentioned before. Harrison Shapiro next week. Let's see. Vance Knox Harris as wacky San Francisco liberal. Okay. Well, that's that. Still no updates, though. Okay, just one day in this July could be as politically earth-shattering as previous whole campaign cycles. Yeah, some of that has been for sure. Maybe even Kamala could pull a Uno reverse card on Trump and pull a surprise win that Hillary couldn't do. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It is. There's no way it's not possible. Any new calls on the legislative districts? All right, we can scroll down, take a look. Here they are. I don't know what's been updated, but it looks like not much. Saw her rally in Atlanta. She did good and actually talked on issues like border and economy. Yeah, I mean it's I I mean she should talk about that. Everybody should talk about it, but it's kind of like when Trump talks about abortion, where I think most people are thinking, well, why are you talking about this issue? This is not a good issue for you. We want the other person on this issue. So if she's going to talk about the border or the economy, I think there could be that similar sense where it's like, well, we're already not satisfied with those issues, so you talking about them might not resonate. But of course, she's going to hit the base. The base is where it's at for her. So yeah, here's the legislative districts. Uh, there's really nothing happening here, actually. You got to admit, Kamala with no VP, no convention yet, no debate. I mean, she's doing pretty well. Yeah, I think it is. It's more than I would expect. I mean, in my hypothetical matchup, I had her going down and losing a couple weeks ago. I've always thought she was not. I think that's not surprising. A lot of people thought she was kind of a weaker candidate, and that's why Biden, I mentioned earlier, before before the debate, it seemed like Biden did not want to step aside because Harris was even less popular. So once Biden really hit absolutely the bottom of the barrel after the debate and the subsequent interviews, Democrats had just such little morale. Some of them defended him, that's true. But for the most part, the average voter was like, they don't want this guy. They'll take anything. So then once Biden gets out, Harris coming in, even though she was not popular, and I think broadly she's still not, and Trump is not popular either. That's well established. But Harris seems like an absolute breath of fresh air considering Biden was suffocating them. And he was going to lose for almost for sure the way things were looking. So once Harris is swapped out, the Democrats are actually finally, not all of them, but most of them are enjoying the new clean slate. And then she's gotten a lot of favorable media coverage, probably unusually favorable. And is it going to last or is it going to fizzle? I think it would fizzle a little. Is it going to fizzle a lot? It certainly could. I do think there's issues there with authenticity and plus she's in power and the party in power is not popular. So there's a lot there. Trump has a ton of baggage too. The only thing to say about that is everybody knows Trump's baggage is just he's loaded with baggage, and it seems to most of the time not matter that much. Plus, he has the assassination attempt. Maybe there's some sympathy for from some voters. Hasn't really manifested much in the polling, but his base is going to be super psyched to come out and vote for him. And then there's some voters who really don't care about politics, but once November rolls around, they're going to say, okay, how am I feeling in my own finances? And a lot of them are going to say, it's not good. They have not, they've lost hundreds, probably thousands of dollars over the past 3 to 4 years. And Even if they don't like Trump, some of those voters are going to say, I can't keep losing money all the time. And if Trump is somebody different, they might vote for Trump if they're purely economic voters. There's the other there's you could go on and on about this. Abortion, you could go endlessly on about this. I try to present the different sides. Let's see. Do you think Biden's poor performance might help Harris and make her seem more competent by default? I do. I think not specifically because it's her, but just because it's anybody. I mean, Biden. I actually. It seems like people thought Biden did worse than I thought. I thought it was weak, but it seems like everybody thought that was the worst they've ever seen. And I guess it was bad, but I was also already kind of thought Biden had a lot of that. Um, I guess the aging issues. I thought that was already fairly prevalent, so maybe I wasn't so shocked. But yeah, that debate performance, he bottomed out. And the fact that the debate was in June and not September, October, that means the Democrats had enough time to make the move that they made. Now, that's also potentially bad because Harris could be peaking too soon here. She's getting the glowing coverage. I think there's a lot of favorable coverage, like she's the next Obama or something. I don't quite get that, but um, if this were late October, she might not have enough time to fizzle back out. But I think there's enough time here for things to develop and things to change, maybe even multiple times before the election. Maybe Trump goes back up a few, maybe he goes down another few, maybe he goes, it could happen several times. Okay. That's that. Why I think she needs a more moderate VP like Shapiro or Bashir, the way people like it, or she needs Manchin's endorsement and Tester. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. A lot of people are just so dissatisfied generally with the establishments on both sides. That's why Trump had success powering through. Bernie would have had success. He probably should have, but he was stifled and stymied by the establishment there. People generally like to, I think there's an allure with moderates, however they're defined, but at the same time, people don't want this establishment stuff. It's just so pro corporate and it's just so status quo. And the status quo is unacceptable for so many people. So bringing in a moderate Bashir, I guess maybe that helps in a sense, but it also, so many people are again tired of the status quo. There's an ABC analyst who usually knows voting counts in Arizona that tweeted 1 minute ago that Maricopa County is having new tallies soonish. Okay. Let's see, we got anything here? 50 minutes ago. Yeah, this is slow day here. Because, yeah, I was going to be bringing this to a close pretty soon here as we approach 4 hours. And half of this was not much going on. And plus, we're down to 16 people. So, the 16 people, it's great to have you here. Hope you've liked and subscribed. But yeah, there's not much else we could say here. Check the polling. There's nothing really new here. 10 seconds ago. He says incoming. All right, so we better see some updates here in a couple of minutes. Difference between moderate and establishment that American politics can't reflect because of the party system. Yeah, I guess you could make a case for that as well to try to differentiate the two. Um, I think pro corporate is always, yeah, usually a big part of anybody that's considered establishment or moderate. Because usually you only hear people not establishment, more populist, at least touching on that issue. Bernie back when he was running, some people on the right are more open to, yeah, going after the corporations. But the status quo is just so unacceptable for most people. I mean, think about all the money that has been that people have lost over the past with all the inflation over the past few years. It really adds up. I mean, you'd have to really cut a check to a pretty nice check to most people to get that money back. I mean, now whether it's Biden's fault or not, or whether it's partially or not, I mean that's who cares? It's up for debate. The point is, it happened, and your natural reaction is going to be to say, whoever's in power, it's reasonable to direct that anger in that direction. All right, what have we got? We've got a little. We've got what do we got? Like 10 votes that came in. That's nothing. We've got. How does like just 10 votes come in? Hmm. Uh, if that's so, her best bet would be pick her ideas and opinions of someone like Tim Walz. I think she needs Tim Walz. Actually, he's a good liberal policies. I had him at my tier ranking. I had him. I might have been in C because I think it was a little less likely, but maybe it was B. I thought Walz is probably not a bad pick. Kind of wouldn't rock the boat. He's got success as governor. It wouldn't be a huge shakeup if he stepped down. But I mean, if let's just say if Harris picked Bernie Sanders, and especially if it was the Bernie from like 8 years ago, that I think would have some impact. Now, that would be a problem for the establishment, and people would freak out in another direction. But the fact that he would, and again, he would just be VP, that would be very limiting. But it might signal to that side that, hey, she's actually going in that direction. I think there's a divide probably between progressives that just want to beat Trump, and a divide, and the other side is going to be the ones that want to stick to their principles, and they want actual progressives. They don't want Andy Bashir. They don't want Harris. Let's see. Buttigieg is a good debater and a good choice. However, he doesn't bring any voters or benefits to the table compared to if you chose a senator or governor. Yeah, that's why I had Buttigieg lower. I think I had him in the C. Maybe it was borderline C and D. I think just because he's in the administration, that makes him less likely to be picked. He did move to Michigan. I mean, maybe that means something. He said it was only 7,000 ballots. This won't be done until next week. Okay, well, you think incumbency helps or hurts more in the modern age since people like to blame whoever's in charge? I guess It kind of depends on the national environment, but in a primary, your incumbency, that generally is going to help. I mean, there's always exceptions to every rule here, but in a primary, but in the general election, it depends on the state, I think. Because, of course, like in Ohio, if Sherrod Brown stepped down, it's likely that's going to flip. Very likely, maybe. So in certain states where it's borderline, if you're the opposing party, it's going to help, of course. Tester in Montana. If it's not Tester, that's a flip. It certainly might flip even with Tester. But I think it depends on the environment and the state, and if it's the primary or the general election. But incumbency does have some weight to it. Your name ID is already way up there. You don't have to establish that anymore. That's a big load off if people already know who you are. It's kind of like trying to get a channel going. If people already know your channel, that's huge. So that's kind of how I look at it. Never mind, it was only 3. So we've got almost nothing coming in. 7 down to 3,000 ballots. That's nothing. I agree. Like 2020, I think Bernie would have been a very strong, very good for young voters, populist. Now, mega people like Rogan, Gabbard, etc. They support Sanders. Uh, I mean, I don't know who some of these people actually support now. I mean, Rogan's always a guy who has some progressive views with drugs, healthcare, and some other issues. I'm sure I can't think of them off the top of my head. So I mean, he definitely has some left-leaning issues, or he lines up with that on some of it. At least that's what I recall. I don't know what his current views are, if he's changed. Haven't been up to speed on that. But anyway, I think we're gonna have to probably wind this down, given we're down to 15 and there's just nothing happening here. This is just totally dead. I've tried to keep it going, answer everything the best I could, but the conclusion here is Kari Lake is the nominee to go up against Ruben Gallego. 61.7. Oh no, that's Siscomani. I'm sorry. Kari Lake is at 53.4 and Mark Lamb is at 40. Tiny vote trickling in. And in the House, it's Schweikert. We don't know what's happening here. Who's going to face Schweikert? That's going to take a little while too. In the 3rd district, we don't know who's going to try to replace Ruben Gallego for the Dems. And in the 8th, we don't know who's going to replace Debbie Lesko. Abe Hamadeh is in the lead over Blake Masters, but Ben Toma is right behind. He said the election day ballots are not received at MC Tech. I'm not sure what that is. Counting sites. Is that maybe that's Maricopa County? There was a law change I didn't know about where the late entries must be counted on site in the county. Okay, so that's going to delay this, I would imagine. You think Mark Lamb, with his showing tonight, would have a chance? GOP nomination for governor? Yeah, of course he'd have to have a chance. 40%. But what happened to Karen Robson Taylor? Something like that. I may have forgotten her name, who ran against Lake in that governor's primary last time. She could come out of whatever she's gotten herself into. But yeah, I guess Mark Lamb could be a candidate. Could be somebody else. Somebody else entirely. Maybe it's Joe Arpaio. Maybe he runs for governor. Let's see. Buttigieg brings back the Paul Ryan situation. He's not well known around Michigan like Ryan. Yeah, I don't really think it'd be Buttigieg. Let's see. It'll be worse in November. Thanks for the stream. Oh yeah, I mean, hopefully there'll be a lot of. Maybe I might only be able to focus on the super chats. There'll be so much action. Can't read everything like I do now. I mean, if it's flowing, it's gonna take too much time to read it. But no problem. I mean, hey, I'm glad to have people in the stream that enjoy the commentary and the coverage. You're heading out, yeah. So it sounds like we're all kind of heading out. Um, you pray and beg tonight won't be November or even worse, like 2020. That tweet that took weeks. Oh yeah, that was terrible. I mean, nobody wants to see. I would think nobody wants to see it drag on more than like the next day at worst. But I don't know. Thanks for hosting. Even though it wasn't the most eventful day, I appreciate it. Appreciate the compliments and enjoying the stream. Jay just came back after a bit. Surprised to see the results seemingly haven't changed the last couple of hours. That's true. We're kind of winding it down because nothing is happening. So you came back right at the end here. Arizona, count your votes in a timely manner. Yeah, I'd like to see that. I really think Harris would drag Georgia into another runoff. All right, it remains to be seen. I'm open. I've tried to explain my thoughts on Harris and her status. I didn't think she was a strong candidate. I still don't. Trump is not necessarily a strong candidate either, but he's so fleshed out, so durable. Plus, he has the assassination attempt. I don't know. I don't know what else could affect this race at this point. It's hard to imagine Harris going up from here. I do think she's going to go down a little, but again, hey, I don't know. We could all just give our best guesses. We're all just making it up when it comes down to it. But anyway, so that is going to wind this down. Again, the final results, well, we don't know, but the big race here for Senate, the rest, we're still waiting. Try to get a results video out if the results come in. We'll see what happens. You're going to head out? I'm also heading out myself. So thanks, Bernie Sanders, for another stream. Hopefully we'll see you on the next one. And for everybody else, remember to like, share, and subscribe. Karen Taylor Robson, who you said was against or in the mid, just endorsed Lake for Senate. Ah, there we go. Yeah. So there you go. Maybe she'll make another run, but she's behind Lake now. Gotcha. All right, so yeah, again, like, share, subscribe, share, donate, become a member, whatever you want to do to support the channel. Hope everybody's enjoyed this stream. Appreciate everybody stopping by. Hope everybody has a great night, and we'll see you on the next video.